All right.
I need a
Welcome to the final round of the 2014 National Debate Tournament. The judges for the final: David Strauss of Michigan State, Jeff Bunton of Northwestern, and Dr. Ryan Galloway of Samford, who is judging his 8th National Debate Tournament Championship round. The debate will be between Ellis Allen and Alex Pappas of the University of Michigan on the affirmative, and Andrew Arsht and Andrew Markov of Georgetown University on the negative. The first affirmative speaker in the debate will be Ellis Allen of the University of Michigan.
So right off the bat, I'd like to thank Indiana University, everyone who helped put together this NDT, for just being incredibly gracious hosts and accommodating all of us. I'd also like to thank all of the institutional supporters of Michigan Debate, including the Dean of Students, Vice President of Student Life, everybody who made it possible for us to come here. Also, my mom and dad, they're anxiously awaiting results back home, and they've always been emphatically supportive, even when they had no idea what I was getting into, and that's been the case all the way back since my novice year of high school. I'd also like to thank all the just amazing coaches I've had in high school, both for their patience, but also just for the incredible teaching that made me at least somewhat competent as a debater. I had a whole lot of help. In particular, I'm especially indebted to Jay Height, Ellie Kenzel, Stephen Weil, in particular, people who inspired me to keep improving in college. That also goes along with the 3 years of lab leaders I had at Michigan, both in the classic and the 7-week labs. Not just Hernan, but Whit Widmore, Ed Lee, D. Height, JP, Nick Watts, Dylan Keenan, Jay Height, Callum Matheson, Jared Atchison, Jordan Foley. Also, the entire Michigan coaching staff, everyone who supported the program at any point in time. They're the only people in the room that are more tired than me, and they've just been incredibly helpful. Also, the rest of the Michigan Debate team, do this for y'all. In particular, Kevin Hearn, who's graduating this year. He's just been one of the most consistently hardworking and genuine people. I'm lucky to be on a team with him, and we're really going to miss him. Also, D. Hyde in particular for having my back for the past 7 years. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to say that. Everyone else who's a senior at this tournament and is your last chance to debate, y'all rock. Last group of people I'd like to thank are the only 4 people who really know how to put up with my antics, and that's Julia Marshall, Daniel Taylor, Maria Liu, and Alex Pappas. All incredibly patient people. Really don't deserve that kind of support, but they've always had my back, and I'm glad to work with such a great group of folks. The email is sent.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's in the tubes.
Sorry.
No worries.
Still doesn't work.
All right. The The plan, the United States federal government should restrict by statute the president's authority under Title 50 for targeted killing by drones. Advantage 1 is terrorism. Congress blocked Obama's transfer of drones to the military, ensures widespread backlash. Honor 14, the U.S. continues to carry out targeted killing through armed drones, which strikes kill civilians, generating backlash about concerns domestically. Other than one to move to Obama, the Congress issued language that blocks Obama's attempt to transfer the program to the Pentagon. Sanko has argued that authority should be consolidated. Pentagon control would allow the program to be defended publicly, which is not the case for the CIA. The move would not necessarily have operational implication. Targeted killing via drones are still the least significant of the increase of few civilian casualties. Media accounts fail to consider the consequences of alternative strategies. Other purchases such as coordinating and funding militias can also cause collateral damage. CIA targeted killing undermines program sustainability, conflicting legal regimes. Burton, Wagner, 12. CIA civilians who operate drones, although both the prediction due to civilians the immunity for combatants running the lawful target. Two problems arise. Less than ideal to be waging a military campaign against terrorists whose members share the same legal status, especially when the legal status of the terrorism is part of the justification for pursuing them. Legal regime justifying the fight subsidizes its sustainability, but most importantly, its credibility. With this kind of contradiction to score the undeniable success of drone strikes pursuing Al-Qaeda makes an imperative that critics cannot assert a legal equivalency. The program is continued viability and necessitates a stronger grounding in law. The plan makes targeted killing sustainable and effective, fosters legal clarity and perception of oversight. Waxman 13, moving all strikes under defense control would allow executive officials in Congress to speak more openly and clearly with regard to rules that target government targeting promotes security. How compliance military is better positioned in applying law and asserting collateral damage, even if the CIA has been compliant in the U.S. interest to promote other rules by communicating unambiguously and demonstrating its normative commitment. Those are things the military is better able to do on account of its tradition, institutional culture, and legal requirements. The U.S. will now be able to better defense practice at home and abroad. The CIA is oriented towards extreme secrecy. The more secretive, the less efficiently it can participate in the broader debates. Clear legal limits and the perception of strict oversight will make drone policy more legitimate. Program backlash inhibits effective use, even if it doesn't end it. AFT is key middle ground. Zanko 13, the use will be forced by domestic and international pressure scale like threat to not trying to use and sacrificing action, but rather reforms by design or by default. Recent history demonstrates that the domestic pressure could force has severely limited drone strikes. Although Bush defended its policies, pressure led to reform structure vulnerable to similar outrage, and they're even more susceptible to constraints. Negative trend in public opinion is already apparent. Drone strikes are opposed by important outlets, emerging powers, and local populations. This is significant because the U.S. cannot conduct strikes like itself. The states a design not cooperative effectiveness will be sharply reduced. 2010, Ethiopia terminated its patience, and 2011, Pakistan affected all drones. Active resistance to shooting drones is a legitimate concern. Pressure could have limited options for U.S. bases. Domestic anger would debate if the U.S. modified its drone policy. Legal backlash creates a chilling effect. Goldsmith 12, Allah is merely an early battle. CCR started pursuing prosecution against U.S. officials and other countries. There are endless ways the courts can get involved in lawsuits threatening prosecutions, suppose reputational costs. Even if courts ever actually rule against the officials, suits get prosecuted officials. The effectives are starting to be felt with drones. Prosecuted proclamations of illegality around the world having an impact. These actions are violent. Political pushback is only a matter of time before they lead the U.S. to forego lawful targeted killing acts otherwise in the U.S. interest. Drone use prevents planning and executing terrorist attacks. Johnson 12, should the U.S. continue to strike Al-Qaeda's leadership with drones attacked by a study of 90 insurgency shows that militant leaders killed what attacks decrease drones enable a more deliberative targeting that serves to minimize casualties. Outside that, Libya, the program and new and numerous attacks remove lawful Al-Qaeda leadership will weaken the organization and its ability to conduct major attack leadership when safely maxed back and it's been forced on the ground and scattered with little ability to communicate repeatedly. Declassified correspondence shows that the repressive and pressure has made running the organization not only more risky but also more difficult. The risk of nuclear terrorism is real, Mal and Nadal. 13 published the U.S. as a joint threat assessment can analyze the means, motive, and access, and if the threat is urgent and real. The Seoul Summit demonstrated a consensus that nuclear terrorism poses a serious threat. The risk is driven by terrorists who seek unlimited damage by the spread of info and decades will take available usable weapons. Globalization makes it easier to move materials making crude bombs within their capabilities, as numerous studies have confirmed. Terrorists could cut open a weapon and take its material. The bomb is small and difficult to detect. Al-Qaeda stopped nuclear weapons for decades. Recent writings from top leadership are focused on mass slaughter and a formal justification. There's no sign the group is abandoned its ambition. Extinction. Hellman 8, nuclear transmodal catastrophe and mentionable person likely to attack a significant 85 national security efforts by an attack involving nuclear explosion company, and that the next 30 years of terrorism is mechanism for a full-scale nuclear war. Civilization will be destroyed. Nuclear explosion would destroy nuclear winter with the race homo sapiens from the earth. That limited nuclear exchange would have devastating climatic consequences. Preventing World War III is a necessity. Causes U.S.-Russia miscalculation. Extinction. Barrett 13, U.S. and Russian nuclear resistance catastrophic effects leading to extinction. The accidental detonation system safeguards would fail. Both have some survivor of first attack capabilities, which attack and launch into counterattack before suffering damage. And inferred wars continue to present a risk while the U.S. and Russia remain ready to launch in response to the indication terrorist groups might count odds attacks that resemble a nuclear attack by the other, such as exploding at its own improvised bomb, especially during a crisis. Al-Qaeda sought to nuclear weapons. Iraq drone use solves Middle East war. U.S. is key. McCleary 1226. The Iraqi government struggles to contain the escalating violence, which is the highest since 2008. Baghdad is looking to the U.S. for help. Iraq has requested drones to attack Al-Qaeda fighters operating within impeding Western Iraq, which shares the border with Syria. The drones provide and then enhanced operating interoperability between the government of Iraq and the U.S. and other allies that does market ship in the fight against the Iraq government and Al-Qaeda and the new path for cooperation. Iraq spills over. Now key Spire 328. The Arab world is challenging the borders and the land from Iranians much supported in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, a 6-year war taking place. Suppressed different areas combating with the Cold War and Iran and Syria to produce a latent war. These are not simply theoretical constructs. There is a contiguous area of Kurdish control that is fight between Iraqi Kurds and the PKK causes Balak secessionist wars. Byman sings refugees can never in the millions with insurgents bringing havoc on infrastructure civil war against animal prices running the greatest copycat secessionist attempts and follow one where civil wars can follow like dominance of Iraq displays conditions most conducive to spill over Shia. I feel greater Hezbollah involvement in any jihadists would go after Saudi Arabia with full infrastructure and obvious target. Iraq's neighbors are vulnerable to spill over deviations appear throughout the region. Saudi Arabia Shias are heavily concentrated in the old West Eastern province. Headshots are revving should Iraq fragment the voice for secession elsewhere. Would get through secessionist movements could lead to Balak population turning, but conflicts in regional foreign governments may intervene. None of the Iraq's neighbors thinks they can afford the country in the hands of the other states will have a powerful land of interest to balance a conventional invasion. Extinction. Mirror 12. Those who believe Pakistan would not be part of Pakistan are political imbeciles. Pakistan will fight nuclear war. The national survival to defend itself. Remain will fight to defend Pakistan. New Afghan will see the territory of the as war. Pakistan. Pakistan can lead to nuclear war. China will support Pakistan. Russia is Pakistan's new friend. Pakistan will initiate World War III.
Advantage 2 is norms A subpoint CIA. Reserving the act for military members demonstrates U.S. compliance. Now, Amendment 12, we should maintain a consistent message the U.S. can bring to bear all of its vast resources to CIA, but insist on only military members apply lethal force to reserve these act will serve the important purpose of showing that the U.S. reserves participation to those in uniform. Some may say this is a form over substance, but appearance matters when the U.S. is setting the tone and the world is watching. To respect law, the should insist that service members apply the force. The U.S. can comply with its champion law, at the same time maintain a more consistent approach. B subpoint convergence, bifurcated authority costs as functional convergence. Alston 11, a degree of transparency essential. One is to know which agency is accountable as possible. Know which question should be directed to the division in relation to drone killings is essential. There has been no sustained analysis of the implications, intentional blurring of both worlds, mandated distinctions. The convergence trend wrecks accountability through ambiguity about our legal architecture. Chesney 12, the convergence has profound implications for the capability of existing rules, promote accountability. The rules promote accountability within the executive and by requiring notification. Convergence undermines these by exacerbating the according to key distinctions upon which the rules depend. Lethal force may be beyond the reach of these rules. The trend undermines the architecture by exposing latent confusion regarding which constraints apply the key issues of legal suspicion with respect to what law, if any, contains CIA drone force spills over internationally. Most in Chekhov 11, forcing and conducting covert action by nature have lower visibility. Covert action doesn't more and the authority within the executive international norms and institutions from which to draw these could lead the region to war. Incidents escalate. Drone crisis triggers U.S. battle planes. Walker 14 might take a new collision that happened recently. Once the Chinese out of will be impossible to put it back. Japan is about to retaliate to Mexico's forecasted drone war before long. China's greatly expanded its ballistic missile arsenal, giving it the credibility to target bases. It has new missiles capable of destroying carriers. The Pentagon document targeted of line of campaign. The assumption is China would not go nuclear. Extinction. Whitner 11. Tension between the U.S. and China's clear need this lead to nuclear war. Not necessarily, but it could. The U.S. and China possess large number of nuclear weapons. Cargo should convince us the worst can occur. Both would be reduced to radioactive wastelands. CIA authority sets a precedent that collapses accountability and influence. The plan is key. Alston 11, because the U.S. contributes disproportionately to the shaping of rules and because it is making more extensive use of TK, its approach will heavily influence emerging global norms. 40 countries possess the basic tech. The U.S. might need to rely on international legal norms to delegitimize other strikes. For that reason, it would seem prudent to be contributing more to the instruction regime that limits the circumstances where state can kill to the extent the U.S. believes that it's within the scope of the rules and needs to provide the evidence. Intel agencies should not be conducting operations compliance with the standards provided by the military consistently demanded of other countries indispensable. That's Obama's assertions that are undermined with the absence of any totally credible evidence to respect for accountability. CS can to have no impact. Judicial reviews, but clearly the result is the steady undermining of law and the setting of precedents which will haunt the United States.
So you read about norms from Brimley that says, the impact of Asian conflict, and it says there's the escalatory potential for drones as they aim to blind an adversary. A particular concern is not technologies with the lack of norms for their conflict. And then you put in 6.5. This interaction between a Chinese UAV and manned Japanese fighters past that incident, it raised serious questions neither nation has considered in detail. What will constrain China's UAV incursions from becoming increasingly assertive? How will either nation respond to a scenario where an adversary downs a UAV? What happens politically when a drone invariably falls out of the sky or drifts off course with both sides pointing fingers at one another? What does shifting from the CIA to the DoD do to resolve those questions?
It allows the U.S. to influence the development of a legal regime such that states would have clear expectations for credible use of force and they would know how to interpret drone uses.
Doesn't deal with any of that. It just deals with who has the authority to launch strikes and how transparent it is.
No, so the plan changes who has authority to launch strikes, but since that involves greater accountability and that mechanism itself enables U.S. participation, we can then help develop global norms for...
And why does DoD create accountability?
Well, first is they're subject to greater overall standards. Second is that Obama has declared this is his intent to shift policy, and he has to back up those words. Third is that...
One more time, that second part?
Second is that Obama's declared that he likes to do this.
Okay, and so why does Obama's declaration that he wants to or does not want to do the DoD shift matter at all, again, for the norms of how drones are used when they accidentally fly into each other?
Because if his own government is keeping him from making that shift for accountability purposes, then it wrecks U.S. credibility as we try to influence norms.
You read this Walker card right after that's it would trigger U.S. battle plans. And so Richard Walker's a former New York news producer.
Yep.
Which is not really
He's a journalist.
What's New York news?
What's the New York news?
From New York, I know.
I mean, it's a...
This says near collision. You box near collision and then 6-point font between United States and Chinese naval vessels.
Yeah, this isn't Walker isn't. Look,
Chinese fighter planes could start.
Look, Walker isn't a drone's impact. It describes a leaked Pentagon strategy, which is the blinding campaign. What that establishes is that if there is a skirmish that involves U.S. force, it'll escalate quickly.
Pentagon leaked a plan to attack China in the event of miscalculation, and the only person who you could find who talks about it is Richard Walker from.
It's not like it's a secret thing. This plan is known. If you want to dispute the claim that the Pentagon has leaked its battle plans, then go ahead.
Do you have any evidence that the CIA shift resolves lawsuits against the United States for things like?
Yeah.
Okay, which one?
The card that's talking about early in the 1AC with the legal status of CIA operators. I think that's Burton Wagner.
So, just because you make the CIA operators no longer the ones in charge of drones, why does that change overall legal objections to the targeted killing program? So there's like a ton of others. I mean, all the AFs that have been read this year, I think, are examples of that. They don't know where we target.
Well, the point is, wherever we do target, it would be subject to the DoD's rules of engagement, things like that, and they could be court-martialed if they screw up.
Okay. So I'm emailing now. So should we like move this microphone? Because it is getting kind of maybe for like a speech a little bit.
It's hard to hear from here a little bit. The echo. It's really echoey. Can we fix that maybe or no?
Also, like maybe if Arch wants to do it for like his thank you speech and then move it for the real speech.
We should move to the table, I think, after that, after the thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So you're suggesting that you move and speak here. I like it. What do you want me to do? Okay, try this. Just like say something. Hello? Okay, that would work, right? Okay, so just move it before you actually speak. Okay. This has been an absolutely incredible NDT, largely because of Indiana's impeccable hosting. But, you know, going backwards a bit, my mom and dad have supported my debate career since day one, no matter what, and supported me in all of my endeavors unconditionally. And I can't ask for more than that. My little brother Ethan taught me basically everything I know about being a competitor, and I still have a lot to learn from him. The Georgetown coaching staff, Jonathan Paul, Nate Cohn, Seth Gannon, Kevin Kallmeyer, the famous Toby Jacob. Special thanks to Joe Packer for helping us out this weekend. It's been an amazing year. Each and every one of you makes this whole thing fun and has since day one. To past coaches who taught me so much about this wonderful activity, specifically Mike Shackelford, I think he's watching. The rest of the Georgetown team works harder than any group of people I know, and plays even harder than that. Peter Vale, Taylor Coles, who are past team members, came out this weekend. Basically the best guys I know. Tyler Engler and Andy McCoy put a great showing in the Octos, and they're young and unafraid, so there's more to come. I can't wait to see what they do in future seasons. I really appreciate everything that Tom Rollins has done for the Georgetown team. Me personally, he surprised us this last year at the NDT, and he's always been a constant supportive presence throughout the Georgetown culture. It's been an absolute delight having him accompany us on this great adventure that's been a nice four-year highlight of my life. The NDT committee in the tab room, indispensable and indispensably giving, and for that we can all be thankful. Ellis and Alex are an inspiration. It's an honor to compete against them on this stage. All the great teams that we've debated these past 4 years. And of course, Andrew. Andrew's at the heart of everything. Little 10-second sentimental blip. When I first decided to go to Georgetown, I wasn't sure if I would debate in college, and as soon as I arrived at the preseason, I thought to myself, well, the smartest, most genial, hardest working person on campus is here, so I guess I better stick around and see what he does next. And boy, has that been awesome. Not much has changed, except of course that I've been debating with him, so I've been the beneficiary of his competitive genius, as you all know, but also his friendship, and I couldn't be more appreciative that he still puts up with me day in and day out. So here goes. The 5 of you who are gentlemen and scholars. 7, terrorism norms. You two ready? Okie doke.
Topicality, the plan's oversight jurisdiction, not authority. Kairos 13. Scholars use the term Title 10 authority as a catch-all phrase to describe legal authority for military operations. The use of the term in this way is misleading. Title 10 does not contain actual authorities. It describes the organizational structure of DoD. The U.S. authority stems from the U.S. Constitution. Commander-in-Chief power like Title 10 authority. Title 50 authority is a misnomer. Title 50 is referred to as CIA authority. The Title 10, Title 50 debate is really about oversight limits. They allow a ton of bureaucratic shifts around the core controversy. Is the president not? Specific agencies now military futurology. That is the Avon attempt to secure reality against disorder via force, which causes apathy. They need to justify their predictive model. We won't cross-supply links. CAR 10 determination to control and dominate the 21st century is a key component of military futurism. About products of the full spectrum dominance. New military futurists paint a bleak picture that demands military presence. The worse the futurists perceive, the more dark vision served to justify limitless interventions. Now the patent reform just said there's momentum. Obama's pushing PC's key. Kravitz, 310 Obama's a patent troll slayer. A perfect storm of reforms moving into shape by P to turn troll mentality. The thing of the past president strongly drew on these issues. Obama became the first president to urge Congress to pass reform. The House passed major legislation this year. The Senate is debating similar legislation in a peaceful manner. The plan crowds it out. Grant 10 gun policy emanates from authorities. Congressional involvement is inevitable. There's considerable uncertainty whether it's capable of taking action with an agenda strained to the breaking point. The capacity of Congress to act will on necessity. There may be little appetite for another piece of major complex security legislation. It's key to innovation and competitiveness. Good law 312 exponential increase in abuse of patent litigation to drag an economy. Stifles innovation. Litigation could have been used to fund R&D and create new innovations. Innovation Act help fuel the engine of American innovation. Great power, war, borrow, and strong economic performance is the foundation of power to mobilize economic and legal tech resources for power protection. Major shifts in military balance, fault alterations, and productive balances, rising and falling of various empires has been confirmed by major great power wars. The war powers DA. The plan destroys them. Kuklowski 11. The scope of executive privilege should be settled so the president's powers not appealed to the president that creates one of the free riches of one branch demands something it's not constitutionally entitled. The vested branch should not negotiate this. Would result in one branch needing to cede to the other, encouraging additional events in the future. It disrupts the constitutional balance of government. Any White House has the obligation to protect executive privilege. Extinction. Paul 98. The immediacy of nuclear threat, covert operations, and complexity of U.S. relations makes the practical engaged in congressional oversight of foreign policy. Ballistic missile collapse is time for decision making in a minute's face. With the risk of nuclear annihilation, powerful executive was clear, increasing executive power was cautionary. They have more to fear from a top court of the White House. The commander-in-chief must be able to act at all times to meet the threat. Upon a strong executive depends the survival of each of us. Now, the peak log counterplan. The United States president should publicly request that the Private and Civil Liberties Oversight Board issue a binding ruling on whether current executive use of Title 50 authority for targeted killing by drones has civil liberty and privacy concerns. Empowering peak log with enforcement is key to its success. Stanley 9. The Data Protection Commissioners have power to proactively patrol against problems and require action in response. Governments consult the Commission when drafting relevant regulations. A privacy office should engage in proactive oversight. Independence from subjects of investigation is crucial, and war powers delegations are key to revive them. Keen 7. The Commission prescribed a board within the executive to ensure civil liberties got a fair hearing before national security decisions are made. The board needs an independent and energetic role and needs to bring greater transparency to activities of the executive, spelling out safeguards and harmonizing peak law with the EU's key to restore trust on privacy. Callahan 11. Some in the EU are calling into question whether the U.S. provides effective privacy protection. Independent oversight is a necessity. The assumption that anything less than the proverbial fox guarding the henhouse, and that's key to prevent kick out of U.S. IT Lansau. 13. Mistrust of U.S. comm will be bad for business if individuals decide they're better off using providers that respect human rights. Peak Lab is the opportunity to move this critical discussion forward that causes internet balkanization. Fitzgerald 13. The global internet gets split and defeat from the internet is controlled by the U.S. When a nation meddles so heavily foreign businesses won't do business, leaving the nations and services as dominant players. The internet could fraction to pieces. German and Telecom provided its own separate web to wall themselves off from the U.S. The web could break apart. Extinction. Ganowski 13. The internet growth trajectory is not inevitable. Threats surrounding expansion of open internet must be allowed to continue to solve financial transparency and free throw of growth of global connectivity would slow dramatically. So too with the global economy. We've not yet won the war. Now the Pakistan DA only Obama's gradual shift maintains CIA drone strikes through 2014. Miller 13. The administration's nearing completion of manual to establish for TK believes open a major exemption for the CIA strikes in Pakistan. The carve-outs would allow the CIA to continue pounding targets for a year or more before the agency's forces comply with strict rules. The document marks the culmination of a year-long effort to codify CT policy among the subject covered. Our approvals required when the CIA or military conduct strikes outside the war zones. The Pike book was nearly derailed by disagreements among the CIA and Pentagon on criteria. Granting the CIA a temporary exemption was a compromise that allowed officials to move forward the window for weakening AQ and the Taliban in Pakistan's beginning to close. You put the pedal on the metal now, especially giving impending withdrawal. The exceptions expected to be in effect for less than 2 years, but more than one in drone attacks in Pakistan stalled stability and terrorism. Curtis 13. Drones have been essential for fighting terrorism strikes in Pakistan and killed more than 24 AQ operatives, hundreds of militants. Obama made clear Washington to continue drones in Pakistan support stabilization in Afghanistan, even as it seeks to tighten targeting the future most compelling evidence of efficacy from Bin Laden, who contemplating moves to AQ to escape drones. Drones on Pakistan strikes killed the number 2 in the Taliban. Washington has no choice but relied on drone strikes. The nexus to terrorist groups, then stability of Pakistani state. Pakistan is the fast-growing nuclear arsenal. The drone issue will be the source of tension at Southpole with derail ties. 2014 scheme or 13 CIA is open with the warrior strikes in Pakistan, marking a major escalation of pace of attacks. Officials attribute to tempo to urgency surrounding drawdown strikes are seen as way to weaken adversaries before withdrawal and serve notice use will be able to launch attacks with. The drawdown on the drone may be the most important weapon against militant group. CIA may be a diminishing window for drones as military begins reductions. Extinction. Pit 9. Pakistan's struggling on the edge of chaos, doing so with nuclear evidence in the middle of one of those dangerous neighborhoods. Pakistan's been a turmoil run by a shaky government. A large fundamentalist Baba Saul has piled on top standoff in India. Ongoing violence has the potential to crack open the gates of hell. Taliban made a military push in the northwest region. Pakistan could collapse. Fears are real. Senior American officials are concerned as shaky Pakistan spells trouble. If America loses the foot race to secure weapons, nuclear armed India could be galvanized into military action. As could nuclear armed China or Russia lose nukes, could place the entire world on a collision course. The self-restrained counterplan. The United States Congress should end its opposition to and fully fund the president's transfer of targeted killing by drones away from his Title 50 authority. The United States executive branch should issue an executive order establishing ex-ante transparency for targeted killing. The president should give a public address stating his commitment to transferring targeted killing by drones exclusively to the Department of Defense. It solves the case Obama's trying to transfer now but stalled by Congress. Their 1AC card shift. 312, the reform ensure DoD carries out structure installed by congressional inertia. Congress needs to get out of the way and allow the president to move the program to J's document enables public. We must hold ourselves accountable. Disclosure would be in our interest, but it avoids the case turn. They won't transition until DoD matches CIA. Labeled 13, the White House leaked. It would start shifting drone operations from CIA to defense. The transfer was never expected to happen overnight. The physics make this happening are difficult. We're moving for policy. Will take some time. All involved are mindful not to disrupt the drone program just for the sake of completing the transfer. We want to maintain capabilities. There are many distinctly different approaches to finding and fixing and finishing terrorist targets. The CIA developed an expertise and a taste for them. The counterplan is binding and durable. Dots 13 presidential directives are not mere statements. They establish binding policies. Have the force of law back by full power of the state. The court. They decided such directives are public acts which courts must give effect just as binding laws constitutionally and legally. Unilateral presidential directive is as authoritative and compulsory as law. Terrorism. The Pentagon causes blowback. CIA in a slow transition. Solve Hish. 225 according to intel experts. The CIA may be much better than the military, killing people in a targeted way. The Pentagon's botched hit in Yemen. Pointed problems. The Pentagon incurs too much collateral damage. Often acts and bad until the CIA exercises patience and discretion. The difference is tradecraft and extensive dossier justifying action. Our agency insists on compiling the agency's extremely cautious in intel justification. CIA officials tend to collect human and electronic intel for longer. The military looser rules of engagement. Fewer worries about justifying its actions. The Congress, which the CIA is required to do under Title 50 AC, a third of the horizon. They're going to whack at the anger and potential radicalization of local populations rising from collateral damage could outweigh any success. The plan is to transition in a careful, coordinated, deliberate manner. We're going to ensure it's done right and not rushed. No public backlash, no impact. Quits 13. This U.S. currency among advocacy groups has no currency among the three branches. Courts and the executive have taken the opposite view. Congress best to have authorization. Congress has been briefed on targeting decisions. Congress reaffirmation of the AUMF contains no limitation. There's a consensus among branches of government. Rejects the view advanced by critics and backlash is inevitable. Groups 13 academics activists have repeatedly demanded the U.S. provide more info. The U.S. has complied. Statements detailing the reality have been made by administration officials. Increased transparency will be insufficient where their goals to stop the program strikes will be considered violations. The the administration should not be so naive as to expect co-op will alter conclusions. And AQ's dead. Keck 327 AQ's operational capacities with the argument that ideology is spreading completely inaccurate. The AQ brand is never popular and has been rapidly declining. Confusion is rooted in tendency to conflate AQ with terrorism. AQ a very precise ideology. Competitor, domestic jihadist. None of the franchisees have replicated this model. Only ACAP has shown any commitment to attacking the U.S. has been extremely limited. The group spent energies against the Yemeni government. There's no evidence. Al-Shabaab decided to use a single member for attacking the U.S. AQI efforts went toward the government and Shia Kai Central has abandoned its own ideology. Groups focus on the near enemy. We are seeing groups revert back to the domestic model to attack the U.S. as counterproductive. Given CTO, the ACAP hasn't attempted since the Arab Spring began. They won't use WMD Force 12, but WMD would be counterproductive by generating condemnation, immersion, support would degrade political legitimacy. Crossing WMD threshold, the group could undermine popular support, encouraging perception. The group is deranged mass murderers. Perception gives a group a reason to think twice. Negative perception can impact finances, safe haven, transportation, logistics, and recruitment. Broking a government to expand their efforts to destroy the group. And no Iraq escalation. Cook 7 Saudi, Iranians, Jordanians, Syrians, and others very unlikely to go to war to protect their own sector. Ethnic group in Iraq, Middle Eastern leaders are primarily interested in self-preservation. Arab armies are geared toward regime protection. There is no precedent. Arab leaders to commit forces to conflicts that in which they are not directly involved. Syria never committed forces to protect the Lebanese from the Israelis. Iranian mullahs press their interests to proxies. Middle East is a region accustomed to civil wars. The region has developed an intuitive ability to contain civil strife and prevent local conflicts from developing the entire Middle East. Their Blyman evidence is from 06. It's saying that the U.S. should maintain the surge. Their Malik evidence is from 2012 but has no qualifications. Norms, no China war status 319. Chinese growth and party rule ensures stability. Though China has ambitions, domestic concerns get priority. She is preoccupied with leadership, legitimacy, Beijing's reform agenda requires strong leadership. Under these circumstances, she was unusually accommodating. Meet Obama growing economic interdependence, reinforces constructive relations, goal over strategies, tied down aggression tendencies through bilateral relationships. Asia stability is essential for China growth, the linchpin of communist rule, and they won't use drones. Offensively, Ericsson 13 Beijing is unlikely to use drones and faces tremendous criticism from international community for sovereignty disputes, injecting drones into disputes would be counterproductive. China fears settling a precedent for drones in East Asia. The U.S. could exploit the restricted position based on sovereignty and international forms will constrain drones. China is not likely to use drones without a credible mandate by the UNSC. China would have to weigh benefits against potential for mishaps and perceptions with fishing on sovereignty, something Beijing decries. Chinese researchers have flooded great deal of drones for domestic surveillance as well as non-combat text view have considered strikes overseas. Although China enjoys a rapid expanding drone fleet is bound by the overarching approach of caution. The plan doesn't set the right norms. 1219, the U.S. has never had a monopoly on drone tech proliferated in other countries. These systems are more likely to be local fair states. Both states lack the network of military bases to operate drones far from its borders. Japan reported to be contemplating shooting down Chinese drones. The rules of engagement are relatively clear for downing unmanned aircraft, but the response to the shooting down of the unmanned aircraft as Japan seems ready to do is far murkier. Such an act could escalate absent a clear norm and response citizens could snowball. This is why the U.S. could develop a clear policy about the target of drones. These rules would need to apply to all parties. Adversaries use unmanned systems locally. The U.S. should be taking steps to map out a strategy to respond to provocations. Their author says it's slow and stable. Krebs 14. Existing norms solved. The U.S. has modeled Anderson 13. The U.S. has adopted a moral linguist standard strikes will seek consent of the government, but there will be no safe havens. This is not to say the U.S. could or would use drones anywhere. Places that included ability to respond are different from ungoverned places. This leads to the objection American use is creating an ominous precedent. The U.S. uses drone over in a more limited way within the bounds of law. The drone is a tool. How it's used are moral questions. If China behaves malignantly, then drones will not be responsible. Cross-X, they don't have an internal link from ships, which is what their evidence is talking about, to global escalation. Woo.
So your T violation very explicitly says that Title 10 authority is a thing. What is your definition of authority?
That it's delegated in the Constitution or Commander-in-Chief powers.
Okay, gotcha. Your futurology show is 48 words long, and that's including words like A and D. What makes you think this is a complete argument?
Because when you put them together, they make sentences that say the app is bad.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you cause military interventions, and your active scenario planning doesn't do anything to make us better advocates for policies.
Politics, your grant evidence, this link card is about cybersecurity reform in the context of the healthcare debate, where I reckon there was a whole lot going on. Is the link just that like we take up time and stuff?
Well, combination of authority fights, which are uniquely inflammatory.
Political capital, it doesn't say the president. You're, I guess, basing this on a political capital scenario based on the uniqueness tag, so what gives?
That there can be two internal links that both derail the bill because it's on the brink.
Okay, so let's talk about the first internal link. How do we decrease political capital?
Well, as per the congressional exemptions that have been articulated in the status quo, they would backlash to the plan because it would make Obama look like a Jimmy because Congress and him just came to an agreement in January, and then they're like, we don't trust you, speed it up, bro.
Gotcha. Status of the counterparts?
Can't make us go for them.
Okay, can you kick individual planks?
What do you mean, like the executive versus Congress plank of
support it and fund it, because I'm not even sure what that means.
Congress needs to get out of the way and allow the president to move the program
Yeah,
to
what does that mean?
Because
Like,
Congress passed a resolution that I'm sure you're going to read in the 2AC to answer politics that says that the president cannot do the shift anymore. They barred it and they removed funding.
okay, and I
That's
guess
the
the, I
status
guess
quo
the
there.
difference between that and the plan is that like our restriction just immediately shutters CIA control.
Your restriction, the counter plan lets the president go
Yeah, I
forward
understand
with
we're
his
more of a
plan.
restriction, but in terms of our
No,
restriction,
you
being-
are a complete and total
Let
restriction.
me finish
the
the question,
president's
dude.
plan is different.
So we are a bigger restriction. What makes you think that restrict means immediately they're all locked out of the CIA and the reform happens
You
overnight?
remove the authority so they couldn't do it legally, so they would either be dragged to court or the plan's not topical.
You think they would just like show up to their job one day and it would be illegal? They wouldn't get any time to do the transfer?
Fiat's pretty weird
Yeah, the plan starts immediately, but what makes the whole transition happen instantaneously?
because you remove the authority, which is the basis for why they're able to do it now.
Okay.
This has been a great tournament, and it wouldn't have, been here without you and your continued dedication and support. I'm sure you're all tired, and thank you quite a bit. I'd like to thank the NDT Board of Trustees, Fritch, and especially Ricardo for streaming all these videos. I'm sure everyone loves this, and I think he deserves a round of applause. I'd also like to thank the community, the competitors, the judges, Georgetown. This activity wouldn't be what it is without all the wonderful faces you see in the hallway, you talk to, and honestly, lots of my best friends are in this activity, and I really love it for that reason. Third, I'd like to thank the University of Michigan, the Dean of Students, Laura Blake Jones, the Vice President of Student Life, Royster Harper. Without the institutional support of Michigan, I wouldn't have a scholarship to debate, and I'm really, really grateful for it. I'd like to thank the coaches. First is Aaron Call. His continued support is really, appreciated. D-Height, to be honest, I love the guy. We wouldn't be here without him. Go D-Height. Austin McCaffrey, Lee Hyde, Austin Layton, Kevin McCaffrey, Parker Cronin, Pipkin, Voss, Scotty P, Josh Clark, Forsland, your work has been integral to our success here, and we really appreciate it. Also, Edmund, your coaching last year, sometimes it was a little bit unconventional, but we all really appreciate it. I'd like to thank my parents and family. Without their support, would not be here today. The Michigan debate team, Ellis has already mentioned Kevin Hearn. I love the guy, I live with him, and I'm really sad to see him leave debate and move on for the rest of his life, but he and Joe in the Octos, I was quite happy about that. I'd like to thank Ellis. In high school, he was my enemy, sort of. I was quite angry about that. I never really thought I'd be on the stage here with him today. Some high school people that are relevant. First is Fisher and Spies, oddly. When I was in 8th grade and I was driving down the street, I thought to myself, what am I going to be doing with myself? In high school, I can't play sports, I can't do anything, and I saw Fisher and Spies winning the TOC on a street sign. And that's why I'm here today. So thank you, Fisher and Spies. I'd like to thank Greenstein for, believing in me and his, continued support in high school and in college. Zach Parker for being the best high school partner ever. Vinay Sridharan for teaching me the role of having a work ethic. And Jason Peterson for being one of the best lab leaders ever. Really appreciate everyone. So thank you. Okay, with that, the order will be terrorism, norms, topicality, the military futurology argument, if we can call it that, the war powers dised, the first counterplan in the 1NC, the second counterplan, the Pakistan disad, the patent reform disadvantage. The P-Quad one was first. Is everyone good to go? The first piece of evidence doesn't assume JSOC ship, which our evidence says is uniquely distinct. They are better at targeting killing than their evidence assumes the Zanko evidence says is key to credibility because the military has a operational role. The restrictions are empirically codified. Their evidence is only about the CIA as it currently exists. Does not assume the increased transparency as a result of the FES backlash. The Goldsmith evidence indicates there's a legal chilling effect. Other countries backlash, which they have no defense to. Ethiopia in 2007 empirically proves other countries will backlash. Their evidence is also about the status quo. Doesn't assume predictive uniqueness evidence that will increase in the future. The backlash evidence doesn't assume that the Waxman evidence says the plan assuages overall targeted killing by entrenching it in the status quo. The public is stupid, which is the base of our internal link argument. The no Al-Qaeda argument doesn't assume that drones exist in the status quo, which is the reason why there is no terrorism. The 1EC bond evidence, it's a consensus of experts, which is a better way to determine causal internal link chains. Counterterrorism is critical to solve this. It is operational planning and leadership decapitation, which is the only internal link to the 1EC. They will use nuclear weapons. RF says they have the motive and opportunity. It says in internal Al-Qaeda documents. The no Iraq war impact event says it's too old. It's from 2007. Doesn't apply. We've read out from 325. The tensions are increasing in the status quo. The Byman evidence, there was military presence in 2006. There no longer is. The Malik evidence is qualified enough. The Lucastan secession means to try to die for the Afghans. There's no terminal impact even to the case now. The norms advantage. Yes, China war. That doesn't assume drones. The Brimley evidence indicates it causes miscalculation and accidents. The Walker evidence indicates it triggers battle plans and ensures that the comical escalate. Their evidence says that China won't use drones offensively. Our evidence says they're using them in the status quo. The plan results in effects of international norms. It results in codified accountability. The Krebs evidence indicates that results in an international deal that spills over to solve broader drone norms. The Alston evidence doesn't assume CIA or the convergence argument, which they have no answer to. The plan shifts authority. That shift is sufficient to solve now topicality. We need to say Stevenson 13, depending on operates under Title 10, all the sea is controlled by the War Powers Provision or Title 50. That is authority. Chesney and 12 Title 50 contains the these include the affirmative grants of authority, which Congress are part of the CIA. That includes the language which say executives to grant authority to engage in covert operation. Title 50 authority to come ashore and therefore domestic authority to engage in covert action. The plan says it's a restriction on authority. This is a solvency question, not a T question. Counter interpret authorities permission granted. Taylor 96 power force and capacity to say change authority refers to the power of permission granted. So the H and distinction is human. The H can do and what the agent may do, reasons to prefer Afghan, no other affidavit circumvention or the executive counterplan. This also centers the topic. Literature proves it's inevitable as a counterplan. Predictability exclusion flies in the face of the core meaning of the topic. It turns the terminal impact to limits, reject race of the most limiting interpretation. Military futurality, not an argument. There's no linked interventions. The F communicates to a specialized judge, not the public gateway issues or voting issue. The allow contradictory offense and kill. A 2EC strategy. It doesn't turn the case. Then it gets the burden of rejoinder to refute our specific predictions. Permutation do both now. The war powers DA. There's no link. Congress already imposed a restriction on the executive led transfer. It proves two things. The one is the status quo link. The evidence is about any intrusion. B. One is the link is spillovers and place on Miller. 14 cars moves block amounts as a shift in the rest of the defense by this measure restrict the use of many funds to transfer the authority. The provision represents only direct intervention and pending administration. Syria Thumper Rothkap 13 Obama wars decades of precedent regarding the nature of war praise use transferring for your foreign policy. For Congress, Obama's system may have done more to affect the imperial president than the predecessor has done. The Paul evidence is from 1998. They have no impact uniqueness for that claim. Orbit is escalating now. The first counterplan, there's no risk of congressional follow-on. Our evidence says Congress is blocking it in the status quo. So the mechanism of the counterplan is something that is not credible and does not result in congressional action, which is the internal link to the case. Harrison 5 any unilateral presidential rights and continuous status quo next operates well with can resolve unclear statutory elements on CIA authority. The guidance is less predictable, meaning because exos can be rescinded at any time. Statute would require consensus. Deliberation would prompt greater debate. Statutory amendment would try to better check the exos and most likely guidance for questionable oversight. Statute entrenched guidance and clarify boundaries of authority within everyday activity. Reliance on internal checks is less effective in statutory clarification. Permutation do both. Obama wouldn't backlash against himself. Permutation do the plan and request the privacy and civil liberties oversight board issue a binding ruling on whether or not the executive applies to a different issue. They haven't read a link intrinsic to the plan, which proves their internal net benefit is not competitive. Also there's no link to the plan in this particular instance. They have no spillover evidence about the counterplan solving in this one instance, which proves there's no propensity for the escalation. The counterplan keeps the process internal to the executive, which is incredible. Doesn't solve Norms Goldsmith and 13 Obama change not made the world think better. Many one increase the transfer to the process and the legal standards. The internal limited less solvable and not credible. These are exacerbated by real system of transparency and satisfying professionals about the administration was on a lower secret of intent and the secret interpretation of contribute to president with the rest of not a self-trust to internal Muslim wars. Rather, we must take advantage of vested feature and become more legitimate because they have a sure branch assess the president's policies. The counterplan is a voting issue. It's not a logical opportunity cost. It doesn't refute the desirability of the plan. It kills topic education because the topic literature and assumes an executive that can't be constrained by fiat. There's no comparative literature about it. The counterplan, if it solves the case, because it must revoke authority, it links to politics or the Pakistan DA because it would have to result in a shift. Now the other counterplan page. First, it does not result in a statutory change in authority. They don't have comparative evidence for this particular claim. The authority on the books is the thing that results in overall international modeling and solves the perception of a lack of accountable drone norms. Harrison 5 clarification of a CIA mandate also public comments and ally concerns the civil the most effective weapon is intelligence based on integrity, the trust with people. A review of alternatives statutory clarification reveals the formal memo represents the best place of a section discussed reliance on the courts. It does not solve the 1EC convergence internal link, which is predicated on internal committees, which the counterplan is obviously not capable of solving if it doesn't revoke the authority because it does not change the overall oversight structure. Permutation to the first plank ending the opposition is functionally indistinct from the plan. It proves the counterplan is plan plus or they leave the authority on the books. This counterplan is a voting issue for deterrence. The ace point is there's no comparative literature assuming multiple different planks proves that it's not sustainable over the course of a year. B point is it caused the worst agent debates because there's no literature that assumes all of them acting in conjunction. It doesn't disprove the necessity of congressional action in this particular instance. It moves the entirety of the 1EC, which has to be a voting issue. The Schiff evidence is about Congress and says it needs to stop stalling. This isn't talking about supporting and then funding it. The plan text says restrict, which means the counterplan, the first plank of the counterplan is a likely reclarification of the plan in this particular instance. I'm going to read this restrict card here that substantiates this. They're based on the ludicrous word of restrict. Copy in 82 to restrict involves a circumcision when false for absolute prohibition. The word prohibit and restrict not synonymous with restrict, saying within bounds, limits, confined, assignment to destroy or prohibit. If it leaves the authority on the books, it doesn't solve crime or intent in all action, illegal way, non-bank action, experience of congressional sin may have some effect on political cost, but such and military consequence, and seen as hollow rhetoric. Their impact should be limited to non-binding resolution, not an alternative to the administration policy, and therefore denied to represent serious the president PM by non-binding action sent foreign actors are ambiguous. They demonstrate unwillingness to use the formal legislative means it is at his disposal to rein in conduct. The counterplan obviously links to the politics disadvantage because it results in a congressional debate. Their authority link evidence is just about congressional involvement, statutory clarification, key wall intent, question of authorities, and question oversight, assumption must securely stood by operating right necessary authorities, friends are able to wage war, commerce, subordinate system, alternate also legitimacy, congressional oversight and statutory authorities remain in an absolute paradigm, so confused over statutory authorities going to waste countless hours. They deserve oversight that supports that integration, conditionalities, voting issue, destroys 2EC strategy, promotes office over advocacy, and causes late developing debates which are independently bad and charge argument of contradictions, counter-interpretation. One solves now the Pakistan DA, no impact is used in 13 Pakistanis slugging and mulling through the problems predisposed against civil war, strong bonds of family, prevent movements from taking control, form and solution are surprisingly robust, and political leaders recognize Pakistan resilience and is likely to set out. Pakistan's drone strikes have been seized in Pakistan. Mirror in 314 this year, drones are not carried out even a single attack in the part of it during the last 70 as long as possible. In 2004, there was no trend in the last 2 months. The Taliban has intensified its terrorist activities. The link is empirically wrong. 310 strikes in Pakistan are taken by GS and by GS, utilizing U.S. military base and JCI. Besides the Great Eagle drone, which has much longer range, is known to be operation with the U.S. Special Force. It doesn't assume J-shock shift. It results in a more effective drone operation. It avoids the link. Laser 14 by law. The military is not supposed to conduct it. Declared what is the Special Force with one cavities at Obama. Orders operation intermission, and secret specialized command operations in 4 countries. Their mission or secret. Their activities are unknown. Turn civilian backlash Zanko in 2013. The objection is that it will eliminate the possibilities and ability and advance that what exists are manageable given while they reporting killing in Pakistan. It cannot be acknowledged. The U.S. has security the communication in the Pakistan Army and Pakistani militaries have taken advantage by shifting the civilian casualties. This exacerbates animosity to war. The U.S. said the use of acknowledged drugs only possible instead of that it would not be held responsible. The patent reform, DA competitiveness, resilient price, and R&D continuously by a large amount of sharp high-tech manufacturing continually. The U.S. Makes a third of the world's high technology goods. The leaders communication, pharmaceutical, and aerospace. They invest in a high valuable patent. China obtains about 1% of all Canada patents. Corporation invested in U.S. research. U.S. firms overseas won't pass now. Around 328. The committee delivered the long-awaited markup of the patent reform until April 3rd. Or the two more foreign margins going worse than April could slip by anything past the Senate bill doesn't solve Condor 320 doesn't impose on our comprehensive most popular but such point of view. Performance by no means goes far enough. Transparency, no sugar cracking down, and bad faith. As I was saying, end user, we need more. No bill would be ideal without addressing poor quality patents. CIA thumbs clapper 320. Foreign Senate vote this week to release key section report on British strength between lawmakers and CIA could become a ranker spell might have to step in. Said the phrase this week vote could fuel the fight. The link is it's denied or inevitable. Bennett and 14 McCain will push the issue going to have to debate. There's no John Ellis say Congress has finished with major legislation this year by Congress to pass a defense authorization on the side or pro-military lawmakers on the other side are fine saying the Medicare bill fixed passed this evening. Condon 331 with no time left to spread this on a Monday. Passed a bill to ensure the Medicare reimbursement to doctors aren't cardiac. Congress failed to pass the so-called Medicare fix. The Medicare margin physician would have been cut by 24%. Congress over the year has repeatedly passed a version of its act fix. Lawmakers have been working on a long-term solution. Democrats are disagreed on how to pay for that particular legislation, which also causes controversy. No PC Cook and 317 Obama's proposed and barely remain where they are today, which means it will be running low on political capital for the duration of its presidency. Obama's wish when Congress remain poor. Obama and the White House have no relation with Republicans and a distant relationship with Democrats. The DA is not intrinsic, a logical policymaker. Could you both? They haven't introduced a germane opportunity cost, which is a big core function. There's no impact in innovation. A strong nominator rather than 14th fairy tale. Patent litigation is exploding. The rate is in line with historical trends. About 1 point the tell 2 for Joseph Maryland. Half of lawsuits that were rigorous at the Geo concluded about 1/5 of the lawsuits filed came from MBA. The 3 lawsuits by MBA cost society 29 million 3/4 is royalty and settlements. Those aren't dead. We lost. They were washed because they were transferred to shell for the explosion of lawsuits killing innovation. Attack with data just isn't there in 2003. BC's funding started at the highest level. Marked at highest level. I'm going to mark that before the cross X if that's cool.
That additional card was emailed out. It's on the same thread.
This light is the most blinding thing ever.
Oh, drop the mic.
Oh. I did.
Y'all set?
Good to go.
Okay, so this Harris 5 evidence about clarification of the CIA mandate. A review of statutory clarification of the CIA mandate reveals that despite its possible disadvantages, formal amendment of the CIA charter represents the best policy solutions to the dilemmas discussed in this bill. And then the title of the note is The CIA Mandate and the War on Terror, and it's about abuses and convictions. Does the plan alter the CIA's mandate?
The plan does not, by fiat alter the mandate of the CIA, but this evidence speaks to the perception of authority vis-a-vis international actors, as well as the authorities between the CIA and the DoD, and speaks to the necessity of statute.
All evidence says that
which evidence? I'm sorry.
provide necessary authorities threatens our ability to wage war. Is there an impact other than Call 98 for waging war in the debate?
An impact. Wait, what card are you referencing? Because I'd like to know that before I answer your question. Raw 11.
Also, it's nice that whoever at this site included, thank you for your extraordinary patience and support as I disappeared to work on this article with my children. We'll get to qualifications in a second.
Oh, wait, this is Andrew Wall. This was the card from the topic paper explicitly about statutory authorities on the books.
Yeah, in the context of cyber.
Wait, no, it's not in the context of cyber. It's cyber and special ops raids are also part of the
impacts to all of this?
Say that again?
What's the impacts to this card?
The impact to this card is that there's confusion and it doesn't send a signal of international norms or sell any of the public arguments, which are all predicated on international and public
Which
perception.
card are you going to point to for, confusion over the warfare mandate triggers, lack of convergence?
For mostly the Zanko-ev, because I think that's, the solvency advocate for the AF.
Okay,
so I think Zanko and Waxman are the two that sort of speak to that and the necessity of clarity.
About Pakistan, what's an example of how sort of public opposition there has constrained strikes in any way?
The current slowdown in drone operations is as a result of public opposition.
And you're getting that from your card that says Brennan has just decided to take 2 months
off? The reason he did that is he was pressured by the Pakistanis as a result of civilian pressure within Pakistan.
This is going to sound
Kurt, but how do you know?
Because I cut all of those cards, and like that's what a red says.
No, but like, how do you know what Brennan was thinking? Your card says he
Well, because factually the reason that occurred is because the Pakistanis asked us to do it and we did it. So like, if you want us to like read more Ev on that, we can, but that is a factual statement based upon the card we have read. I didn't find it, relevant to include in that particular card, but like the paragraphs or two before it explicitly make that claim.
Fair enough, I guess. The definition of restrict you read, the words prohibit and restrict are not synonymous. 1AC plan is restrict by statute the president's authority under Title 50 for TK by drones. I just want to clarify as we start prep, the plan is a new piece of legislation in Congress, right?
I mean, the plan, yes, is Congress. It might not necessarily be new legislation, but
By
it's some
statute,
congressional action.
restrict by statute, which bill's on the floor now to restrict the
If you want to
president's
get us to
authority?
one of those things, you're going to have to define statute and then the best that interpret it. Like, we're not going to give you arbitrary process kind of background.
Copy one.
Is all hell. I mean, I guess ours was fine.
Well, it's okay.
keeps you focused. Okay, so
We're missing Strauss.
he doesn't want to hear this. Strauss couldn't care less.
I'd like to think Dave Strauss.
Alright, we'll wait for Strauss.
While he's out, I guess I better run the bathroom now.
Yeah.
But then you can't get the.
Whatever.
It's just the pre-2MC intermission.
All right. get started because I feel like this may be a little bit longer than the 3 preceding speeches, but I promise it won't be that long. So thank you to Indiana and Brian DeLong, all the grad assistants and other coaches who did a fantastic job running this NDT. Everything ran smoothly. We had a fantastic time. Great campus and great hospitality. The tab room, the NDT committee, keeping everything running on time, and I know I'm not going to name everyone, but Greg Rosenbaum, Fritch, Danielle League, everyone else who runs the tournament behind the scenes. The NDT is a lot, means a lot to me, and it's not something I'll forget. Your service is not something that I'll forget anytime soon, and it's made a huge impact on my life. The people who I would say make it possible for me, my parents and my sister Claire, who have always put up with me doing like my nerdy debate thing. They all still think it's weird. I think to some extent they still don't really get it, but their support has always been unwavering. And even before this debate, my sister, wishing me good luck and staying on top of all that, something that keeps me going and keeps me driven. To Georgetown University, it supports the team, specifically the alums of the team who came back after the death of Coach Unger, and specifically Tom Rollins, who sort of coordinated that effort to bring the team back under JP's direction. My high school coaches, it wouldn't be a thank you speech if I didn't thank John Cruz, who is just a role model, possibly the best high school director I've ever seen that does impressive things with that team, and then sort of the people who taught me how to do policy debates, Sarah Heaton, Catherine Kernoff, David Marks, all of whom have had a giant impact on me, not just as a debater and sort of like silly argument preferences like reading Death Toll here and there, but also really have impacted my life and the person I am today and helped me grow. My opponents, or our opponents, all the teams we debated for now 4 years, which is a really large number of teams, and specifically this weekend, all of whom challenged us, everyone who was graceful, either in victory or in defeat, specifically Michigan. I remember Ellis 2 years ago photobombing us in the picture we took after the NDT, and it's nice to see him here being on the other side. The judges who are still awake, I'm sure when you don't want to be, we really appreciate you taking the time, and there isn't a group of people I'd rather have for what is my last debate, and Arsh as well. The team who came out this weekend, I was scared I was going to forget someone's name, and I'm still kind of scared just because there's so many of you now. But McGrath, Jackson, Sophie, Ezra, Brandon, Zach, Taylor, Anastasia, Azar, Justin. I really hope I didn't forget someone. If I did, I'm really sorry. But like seriously, there are more cards than on our Dropbox than I ever know what to do with, and that's a testament to how much the team has grown. To Engler and McCoy, who are the future of this team and have really taken on a leadership role that almost surpassed ours this year. Nobody has the intensity that they bring to the team, and I really think that they're going to be fantastic going forward. To the coaches, I don't think I can do this without mentioning Nuge, even though he doesn't work with Georgetown anymore. He was a vital part of bringing the team sort of back to where we wanted it to be, and reviving our competitive success and teaching us how to work hard and not sleep ever, and drink a lot of 5-hour energies, and just generally being the man. To Packer, who I hadn't met before this weekend, but was willing to take on basically any assignment we needed, which included some pretty weird stuff. The other 4 that I came up with nice nicknames for: Seth, the inspiration. I think that speaks for itself. There's no one better in the game at just getting you fired up. Nate, the truth. I think you know why I would call you that, because Nate, we joke, if like we want him to write a case neg and he thinks the app is terrible, we'll like not really write the case neg and just be like, this app is terrible, it is not true. But like everything he does is amazing. Kevin, the standard setter, has defined what hard work means for this team, is always the person who is pushing us to try harder. And JP, the boss, who took a chance with me 4 years ago as being one of the people he wanted to bring in to make Georgetown debate happen again, and it's a debt that I don't think I can ever pay back to him. Three key people I want to thank at the end, and they're all other seniors. First is Toby, who does possibly the most thankless job on our team, getting just continuously yelled at by everyone, because he makes all the nuts and bolts fit together. He makes everything run on time, and I can never help but remember back to freshman year when we all got together. There were like 6 of us, and we were all in this like small squad room, and he made it his mission to make us quote unquote suit up, because we all looked terrible, and he was like, I can't debate with you guys if you don't up your game a little bit on how you present yourself. So because of him, we can go out in public now. To Arsh, we've gotten to the point where we sort of finish each other's sentences now, which is creepy, and has gotten into like serious mind meld territory. I think I've heard all of your jokes maybe upwards of 100 times. It's a wide repertoire, but it is limited, I assure you. But you're my other half and my confidence, and everything that you said about me I think applies more to you, that you drive me to work hard, you drive me to stay committed to success, and the last 3 years would have been just, I can't even imagine them without you, and it's been an honor. The last person I wanted to thank is someone whose impact on the team almost I think no one here would really know about, but Peter Vale, who's one of my best friends, if not my best friend at Georgetown, who I lived with last year, who has really been there since the beginning for both of us, and I think the 3 of us are somewhat of a trifecta. And like, you know, had some partner issues and some turnover, didn't debate this year, but I would like to tell you that without you, in this kind of like awkward large public setting, that without you, we would have no, like the team, the soul of the team and the heart of it would not exist as it is today. And I hope everyone knows that, because sometimes it's the people who aren't super visible who make the biggest impact behind the scenes. So with that, I have an order. The War Powers DA, P-Club counterplan, executive counterplan / Congress not bar the restriction anymore, or bar the shift, the critique, terrorism norms.
Terrorism and norms?
Yeah. You good? All right. Calling your impact goal does not make impact defense. Quick threat proliferation makes nuclear escalation inevitable. Absent the executive flexibility, are Paul Evans qualified, as well as fantastic in the question of authority, executive conflict, authorities, conflict, damper, contains certain impacts, 11 non-state actors, but that's destruction is formally driven into terrorist, a couple WB, construction, commercial, terrorist organization, people who weapons of power, these difficult to detect and turn the emergency security environment, not preemptive action taken by the executive may be needed. More off-fighting countries against terrorists and free on parole for the hands of terrorists, the most dangerous threat in the U.S. The Al-Qaeda consortium acquisition, WDB obligation, more than 2 dozen terrorists, CB opportunities, cyber regimes are extremely unstable. These regimes that proliferate parole weapons of attack in order to nation the U.S. must receive rapid action, operate taking the form preemptive state action, executive branch effectively execute this mission. They say no spill over this. The solvency evidence for the counterplan proves there's a restriction on the president's authority to do the transfer now. Not that an additional restriction on status quo authority is critical. The counterplan reserves reinforce that the additional restriction on the authority to drone strikes are spillover link. They don't really contest our evidence says that it empirically causes a straight tracking of the president that spills over. Syria doesn't take out the link goals within 13 Syria seeking authorization. No, except the president of the hard decision force president implied the relied article to use force of the authorization. No reason to think the presidential military powers no effective prayer humanitarian and eventually be hard to the president's county to the national interest target the commander in chief's authority. Syria is a link magnifier only if Congress steps in. Bradley and 13th Bureau condemns bombs. Actual Washington actions authorizations as they commentaries that can not identify back to source weakening will occur now what's happening on the initial doctrine consistently like the PKT just adjusting war powers. They can see this as a net benefit to the counterplan, which means so new. One of your arguments, P-Club not going for it, and see the permutation test competition theories to reject the argument, not the team, because they have no it will be justified by condition on the Harris argument will be answered is it generically about next one not about the counterplan will be answered on the other counterplan. The Goldsmith argument proves the plan doesn't solve goals with 13. The administration folded the CIS program to the defense none non-covert targeted killing programs, secret CIA's and congressional oversight of anything less. Robust transparency does solve goals, but 13 ambiguous and signature strike made it impossible for the public to the executive accountable to the OIS release legal members like explains the justification programs of more reason makes acceptable direction strikes. Just the administration has been employing more restricted to coalition rhetoric and verified elements of Obama's self-worth. The executive counterpoint is sufficient to resolve the act that allows Obama to execute his mission transitioning gradually from the CIA to the DoD by unblocking funding and opposition. They have no reason why immediate restraint of authority is critical. The phase transition is sufficient to solve the entire act. You should gut check. It makes sense here because they have no cards from this year. The evidence is about a theoretical shift that Obama wants to do, but no evidence to defend the plan text congressional mandate on authorities as necessary to that. This is the key strategy test of their act that I'll get to on the perm to the counterpoint business. The 1AC cross-legs could. They solve the program sustainability as well as norms to accountability. Even if they were to win the first blank of the counterpoint doesn't solve the second, definitely does. Corrupts and 14 the U.S. government has articulated in policy, the public only non-corporate White House today, reportedly over 60 our decision, but ignores bigger strategic question about the impact more. Transparency, correctness, about journalists, with the U.S. violence, self-governance, great openness, general public confidence, legitimacy, during strategic other states conduct their lethal mission. Now their solvency evidence, their Harris evidence on a solvency deficit, their cards talking about CIA recommendations. There are thousands of pages vague, not the counterpoint. Harrison 5,000 pages recommendations, the various commissions, 97 issues, the terminology was important for the CIA, lack of peace, lack of no clear guidepost that links to the plan. Harris 5 vague statutory language proof ultimately malleable. CIA tends to go more effective, not encouraged to eliminate from the country's high level of political leadership, the security situation, lack of the CIA activities, and the climate tolerance. It's net worse. Harris 5 legislative recommendation that the CIA mandates out with their rating benefits to retain certain level of impunity, flexibility from proof coordination to cooperation coordination of the program to pardon debarkation, the mission authorities to committees, clarification, CIA mandate be out with the way, therefore reducing the effectiveness of cooperation and intelligence. Law enforcement process after the process getting government the works to make cooperation more difficult. Statutory revision can open the law, open the door to over-regulation. Transparency makes the CIA strikes legitimacy, even if the transition is slow. Anderson 12, the public want to know what's the grounding of leadership and lawyers should be articulated the sonic quality of this, so you bring a on everything because statements, legal principles, result will be moving the goalposts. There is dialogue. There's simply articulation, the articulation, propagation, lack of accountability. CIA around would mean the public is informed. None of that. Issue the executive to the CIA without invoking the secrecy. Congress could do the same. They say the counterpoint doesn't solve internal controls. It does because the transition is gradual. They have no reason right now. It's critical. Perm to the counterpoint. The plan says restrict by statute. The counterpoint says the Congress should support the president's existing plan. It puts no further constraints on the president's plan for gradual transition, which means it does not result in a shift of underlying authority. These competition arguments would make sense if you were a delay. If we were reading a delay counterpoint, but we test the link between the AF and the topic, which you all know is beyond contrived for your research. This is key and dead ground. This AF is strategic because they get to say the president has a plan that's consistent, i.e., how they got out of the war powers. CA were the logical costs of that statutory restrictions are authorized by statute. Department of Environment 7 statutory authorized by statute that requires compliance. Security Environment 7 statute and act within which parts of the state to apply restrictions on authority openly enforced. So Policy 79 stage might be limited by restrictions authority. Narrow liimitation not communicated to the person. Restriction on war powers authority must limit discretion. Local and when Congress places restriction on the president's authority, wage war limits the president's discretion to conduct operation and confine the president's authority. Authorities ex ante that scare feeding a 12 organization change control the allocation of authority. The organization can only commit next allocation of position rights, i.e. authority. Now, just to be clear, I don't need any of those evidence to win the piece of evidence to win the debate because there's no way the plan text can be interpreted and it can be interpreted as the counterplan because the plan is an active removal of ex ante decision rights while the counterplan simply removes an existing bill. The plan has to be new legislation. I think that's pretty clear in the cross text. They say it's a voting issue because no literature there is. It's all their authors. We have solvency evidence for all of our planks. There's no reason why they has to be all in one bill. There's no, they don't have solvency evidence for the plan either, which I think is pretty important. They say they read its definition of restriction. It's about they say Kreiner. This is not about the CIA shift. They have no evidence for that. They have zero authority key argument. They have a bunch of evidence that the CIA authority shift should happen, that Congress should have oversight, but that oversight is a result of the shift itself because by once the program becomes part of the DoD, it becomes part of intelligence oversight committees, etc. The Kreiner evidence is far too generic. Executive speech is solving Burr 13. A speech really may constantly or unilaterally speak be forced by action force records of driving speech to crystallize upon self-position the station making parameters of decision movement creates above the district making forward the drafting coordinating position that influences substance by the transfer the process statements are taken to the views of the government can easily be reversed. The official signing out public to the position that be impossible to walk away from the official at greater legitimacy co-speech and normal public attention boom the administration face criticism. The counterplan is the most crucial signal solves modeling presenting in 12. It is the president who's the greatest leader with decisive action foreign affairs views responsible for the final goals to pursue the world. These are the voice of America knowing the government about the president's authoritative voice who speaks and acts for America's even true in the face of opposition. Congressional signatories so quietly convey their ready to support the president who can establish who can establish credibility. That is sufficient to create accountability, solves norms of program sustainability. Singer 13 also required the president to speak Obama's big opportunity to pass new doctrine that the less the U.S. government says the more. We're creating precedents for at least domestic support, least weapons transition for working level documents for like policies have been disjointed. Are missing the much needed statement president's voice and authority. But Obama should publicly the criteria the U.S. will use these weapons only the president can deliver the official norms to the president's global and powerful market shaping the edge. The action of the future administration that solves modeling 20 and 13 illegal framework but the U.S. possesses severe pressure. The administration should codify rules, clarify interpretation, bring its regulation line with all this should be impossible. But the public should have valuable, solve valuable precedent that makes the program sustainable. Washington Post and 12 for domestic and international structures getting from the president to use checks upon and solve government authorities to get lawsuit of invited the president judicial battlefield decision the legitimacy structures be bolstered by additional review. Now the 1C executive order evidence says that that's durable, sends a binding signal that the president has bound himself to an eventual transition. However, we also, even if we didn't have all those arguments, we still win because the gradual transition is fine. The wall evidence is generic. We also do it with the Congress gets behind the president's authority shift, which means that the signal supports not about the conditionality is most logical. Then you make logical decisions every day, test the act from multiple angles, 2AC pressure for strategic things. thinking, considered argument, interaction, tactical choices, a key skill, encourages research, rewards multiple good strategies, punishes badass, balances quality and quantity of arguments, creates rigorous advocacy skills. The affect to defend the plan from all sides. Neg ground requires flex, 2A or depth, 1A or leeway, no topic. DA is inevitably blippy, 2AC skews are inevitable. We can read to your case arguments, the block and the 2 in our check is the narrowest debate for depth. Counter-interpretation, however many advocacies we read checks regression, but it also proves that all interpretations are fundamentally arbitrary, self-serving, cross-apply reasonability for topicality. K not going for reject the argument of the team perms test competition. The terror advantage the CIA is better drones than the DoD in the short term, depending on acts on bad intelligence. They're impatient. They have looser new rules of engagement. They don't worry about congressional notification. The CIA is deliberate and collects more intelligence before strikes. That's how collateral damage, which argument says independently causes blowback to the program, flips to sustainability arguments. The fact that Al-Qaeda is declining now, which he cites as uniqueness, is a reason why you should not take a risk with the fast transition. Their limited resources now. Gradualism is Keith Robinson, 13th Special Officer, Board of Affiliate, Resource Commander. Agree to search sufficient quality and quantity staff and resources. They receive 20% of your personal design, which are the results of quality work from the special officer, but able to fail to conduct operations. Second section of roles, lack of unity command. Existence of two separate organizations creates into a friction-based coordination complex and problems. Something opposed to fundamental peaceful created uncertainty that disrupts operations of partnership. It would take years before the duty is effectively bold in 13, and it's now created distinct operations to cultural difference of the bureaucratic politics of all forces. The brave projects for operation represent untenable goals, fuzzy, quick, stab, quickly, work, difficult, take some time. The notion that sort of policy reversal just accurate between different finding, fixing, and fishing terrorist target the city duties after they take over the mission, not be very deep. The military also use large supports after operate the aircraft. Military cannot go over hostile action packs in with the drones most effective day. They'll hoard the intel at Torsion 225 runs and then packs are key to the case by case basis through a coordinated process involving getting out CIA and but especially the scene that the CIA is not always cooperating and showing the vetting process, especially in Pakistan. Experts say intel is key as rested in 13, but difficult. The most important part of the program is the intel that isn't the Air Force. Must have the difficult time getting something not for the CIA. CIA collaboration wouldn't solve anyway. That's once the evidence they're too the DoD is too cautious, so they wouldn't act on it. They wouldn't act on our evidence. Does assume JSOC shift. This says that needs to be long term and played out. They make it worse. They make it worse through oversight, etc. Now program fundamentally sustainable. Witness evidence is legal challenges empirically won't overwhelm it. There's no Iraq breakup. Our cook impact defense is empirically proven by past civil wars as well. Experienced past civil wars as well as lack of regional interest. No Iraq breakup, which means no Balochistan secession. So the Balochistan impact evidence is terrible, not qualified. Can see this reaching to throw it out. Any regional draw would contain the conflict today or intend the expedition for the US politics will produce incentives for Turkey, Iran, and Arab states to produce power with Turkey cooperating independent country. They ran into the comments to the cooperation between the Australia and India and Pakistan cooperating controlling the claims to avoid conflagration. Top of the norms advantages terrible. They have no evidence that norms on oversight solve the right norms to China like overflight rights, miscalculation over man flights. That's the sign evidence. Their Walker card is a hack that proves that the Philippine fishing incident or a fighter plane collision could trigger all the link. They don't solve it. It's not try or die because it's irrational. If you don't have the authority, the decisional ambit or whatever to resolve it, then it's not try or die because you have no agency for it. Don't need those. So like just extend this. Like this. This starts on, but there's two. Okay. Just yeah, that and that. Unless you think you have time for one more.
Sure.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay. So then also this.
Okay. Right. I have your doc, so I'll just put it in.
So if the authority's already been restricted in the opposite direction of the act, and your internal link is based on precedent, what is the link to the deed?
That the restriction of the president's ability to, well, so it's sort of conflating terms. The Congress restricted the president's initiative to do the initial transformation or shift from the CIA to the DoD.
Congress said no, you don't have the authority to do it. They used a funding measure to block it. Why didn't that cause a snowball that collapsed all Trez powers?
I mean, it like very well might have. The counterplan does provide uniqueness by overruling that previous restriction.
Well, my question is, why is the link or internal link?
Well, the internal link isn't something that happens in like a few days. Like the evidence you read about constitutionalism suggests that once there are carve-outs of presidential authority, Congress continues to strike at them.
The DA is like something that is linear and not a yes/no question.
I mean, linear isn't exactly the word I would use because that makes it sound like kind of silly, but it's more like precedent setting, right? The way the American separation of powers works is that it works in momentum. Like there's a momentum aspect to it,
Why would the president
a carve-out aspect.
classify things as covert in the world of the counterplan if he still has the authority to do so?
What do you mean? He would for a while until he wouldn't because his status quo policy is to shift after 2014.
Well, my question is, we read out that there's an institutional incentive to classify things as covert. You know, the Bin Laden raid.
Whichever you're talking about, Harris.
The Wallet.
Okay, Wall's not about your plan. Wall's not about drones. The problem with your app is that Obama has said he's doing the plan. Congress blocked him from doing the plan. Congress doesn't need to restrict existing authority. It needs to remove the existing defunding.
Obama will not use that covert authority in the future, or how does the counterplan solve that?
because the counterplan has Obama implement existing administration policy. And it's laughable how generic your wall evidence is. It's not about drones. It's from 2011, so it can't possibly assume it's status quo policy.
The counterplan results in a form of congressional oversight. How?
The same way the plan does. It transfers authority to the DoD.
Wait. Our claim is that, removing the authority is
No, it's not.
ends committee bifurcation, which currently
I don't know what
exists.
that means. That sounds
There
like
are
yes.
2 different committees, one for the CIA, one
Right,
for
and then eventually all the authority goes to the DoD.
consolidates it.
Exactly, and Obama's plan consolidates it.
Wait, which card do you think you read that says the action of the counterplan?
You know, like the
is something
Zenko card that you
consolidates?
read, and like every other 1AC card you read, they all talk about Obama's
Link to
plan.
the convergence stuff. My question is, how do you bring those 2 committees together so oversight is unified?
Because when the DoD has exclusive control of drones, they all go to transparent DoD oversight, exactly the same way the plan
So
would.
I understand why it's off the DoD, or I don't understand why it's off congressional oversight.
That is congressional oversight. Congress has better oversight of the
Last
DoD
question,
than the
Obama
CIA.
gave a speech already at National Defense University. There's still a credibility issue. Why is that?
A speech about what?
Drones. He was like,
Yeah, not about transferring to the DoD, which your evidence says is the linchpin of signal. Man, I don't know if it was the light or whatever, but like, maybe that light was.
Norms, patents, Pakistan. I think we've also got another one down there.
That's like.
Are these yours?
They are. Thank you.
Those are 2A columns.
Totally are 2A column. And then I restart.
All right, everybody ready?
Norms, politics, Pakistan. That's all right. It's okay. I got it.
Okay. All right. No aggressive China drone use fear of backlash prevents territorial incursions. They don't want to set a precedent for use in East Asia developments or for domestic surveillance. They are cautious, not adventurous. That's Erickson and won't escalate wine. 14, if China shoots down Japanese drone, there are grounds for optimism. Any war would consist of contained confrontations with little military power and few casualties. Growth and economic interdependence continues. China needs Japan. The U.S. would intervene. China and Japan understand no good can come from tumult in the 3 largest economies. Their impact is alarmism. Moss, 13 as of China startup international. Few China drone concert up intense sense of alarm. The media has begun to embrace as licensed panic. China's developing UAVs, but that hardly justifies claims drones have taken center stage in arms race between China and Japan. Hyperbole was fed by DoD report. All the world's advanced militaries are adopting drones. This is an arms race, so China may be demonstrating advances. Israel and the U.S. retaining substantially. China's modernizing in all areas of military techno-escalation. Cap 1317, while 1914 Europe was a landscape. East Asia is the fastest since the separating capital sea. Impedes aggression moving inland is nearly impossible. Even the fastest warships travel slowly, giving diplomats time to work Asian countries. The further posture verbally to avoid actual combat incidents would occur over water. There will be few casualties, reducing the prospect a single incident will lead to a world war featured unwieldy systems. Asia simpler. Everyone fears China, unlike empires. East Asia fears to robust democracies. Limited interruptions do not equal cataclysm. The most profound difference is historical self-awareness. European capitals created war societies like China, Japan with memories of war, less likely to agree violent struggle, which the U.S. will take every measure to avoid it. The politics does that can see the competitiveness is resilient. They can't access a turn. Intrinsicness does not apply to the other side, which is linked to the action of the plan. USFG is not a single monolithic decision maker. It's illogical. The link evidence proves relevant opportunity cost, which solves their escalate their education impact. The Pakistan DA drone strikes through the end of the Afghan withdrawal. Are key to stabilize Pakistan, pressure Al-Qaeda, and immediate shift away from CIA strategy causes AQ safe haven. Loose nukes causes the WMD attack and Indo-Pak nuclear war. It turns Baloch, which is in Pakistan. It turns terror safe havens. Since the 1AC has spotted us, the claim that weapons construction and deployment are easy, which means the only question is whether they're able to marshal escape from decapitation. It shatters norms. Inkster 9 there is in Europe a strong concern that in the event of another successful terrorist attack against the U.S., the administration may be unable to resist domestic pressure to adopt disproportionate response, such as deploying U.S. ground troops. Their helmet evidence from the 1AC super generic means that a nuclear strike everywhere causes miscalculation everywhere. Das Gupta says South Asian family values prevent takeover. It is highlighted out of existence. Still says that a civil war is possible. Allows militant groups to take over the nuclear arsenal. Care 10 political instability. Pakistan called attention to countries' nuclear weapons. Pakistan's nuclear assets could be attained by elements in the government. The existential threat posed by nuclear weapons and destabilize Pakistan. Pakistani state will prevent the organizations an opportunity to acquire nuclear weapons and a safe haven from which to plan and launch attacks. It spills over to Afghanistan. New nuclear war. Morgan 9. Pakistan could be faced with military fundamentalist coup d'etat. This with over India sectarian war. Nuclear war between Pakistan and India cannot be ruled out. Unstable military fundamentalist elements control the Pakistan arsenal. Nuclear war become a real possibility with China and Russia pitted against the U.S. Prefer experts. Twining 13. The Post is revealed intense concern U.S. intel about now Pakistan's nuclear weapons. Analysts are worried about attacks against nuclear facilities as well as risk handlers could go right nightmares include Kabaks, but the Pakistani state with implications for empowerment of terrorist war. With India lost control over nuclear weapons, the Pakistani Taliban even if they cannot seize state institutions could seize by force or infiltration a warhead and hold the world ransom. The linked debate of Obama's policy guidance says there's a specific exemption for the year 2014 where the CIA can still carry out covert strikes in Pakistan. The plan fiats passed that with its restriction. Mir says that there's no risk of their civilian casualty turn. Beginning of the article, Brennan has completed his first year in office without even a single civilian casualty from drone strikes in Pakistan, but no strikes now does not answer our impacts because the plan signals that it's open season. We can still attack if we need to. The plan precludes that. Tim 328, Prime Minister Advisor on Foreign Affairs and National Security, says the U.S. has not formally announced to stop drone attacks in Pakistan. He says U.S. officials did not inform Pakistan about as how long the drone attacks would not be launched. Their coal evidence is neg uniqueness. It says that both the DoD and CIA can conduct strikes now. It doesn't answer authority, which forces disclosure and operational hesitancy. That's how they get to their Zanko card, as well as all of their conjured up solvency deficits to the counterplan. That's key. Goldman 14. The CIA's program operates in Pakistan and Yemen. Officials have continued to steer clear of acknowledging the program. Covert act statutes allow the CIA to operate in countries where local governments don't support strikes. The military also operates a drone program, which is not covert, and DoD can't access the interim turn because they'll no longer let us attack. Goldsmith 13. One cost of the transition to DoD strikes can no longer be covert. Their powerful cultural version to DoD covert opposite that might mean strikes of fewer countries, and shifting would place a less legally stable footing. Goldsmith 14. Military can only conduct strikes in countries where the government has sensed the statement is getting at the difference between CIA and DoD strikes. The DoD will not act in ways it believes to violate the UN Charter. The CIA will. Calibration's key. The plan screws up the process with uncertainty. Kleidman 13. The CIA is close to taking a step toward getting TK. The CIA would maintain world lethal missions would take place under Title 10. Officials anticipate a phase transition. You can't just flip a switch because it's on a reasonably fast track. During that time, CIA and DoD operations would work together to ensure a smooth handoff. A potential downside of relinquishing control was loss of decade of expertise the CIA has developed. They can't read internal link defense to this because they impacted hesitancy for us on the PCOB counterplan. In the 2AC, the plan destroys the carve-out. Zakaria 13. Under Obama's new guidelines, signature strikes are expected to decline after 2014 when needed for strikes will be gone. The new policy states a preference for future strikes conducted by the military. Government sources told Reuters shifting operations will be done in stages. CIA would keep conducting strikes in Pakistan. The decision would be determined on a case-by-case basis rather than a hard rule based on geography. They have dropped that 2014 is the key window. It's sufficient to buy time for stability, but it internally turns all of their solvency, which is based on longer-term safe havens developing in other more stable countries. No civilian backlash. Fair 13. Pakistanis universally loathe American drone strikes. The views based on anecdotal accounts, not in tribal areas. Informants have no personal knowledge of the tribal areas' political situation. There are many Pakistanis support drone strikes. Drone critics have been highly successful in their use of data based on selective stories about misleading tabulations. Most Pakistanis were unaware of the drone program. Pakistani public opinion is not as informed unanimous as commentators presume. Islam did not play a role. Taliban militants did not enjoy widespread support. Most recent evidence, Economist 13, surprising number of Pakistanis are in favor of strikes. Khan was stunned by tribesmen. Had to say one man approved of the aircraft. Several specialists said there is a sizable minority in Fatah that view. A 29 poll found 52% believe strikes were accurate. 60% said they weakened militant groups. Interviews confirm many see strikes as favorable to the Pakistani military. The most thorough survey suggests a fall in civilian casualties. The counterplan solves the turn just a little bit later. They don't have a reason why 2014 is key in terms of public resiliency. Otherwise, it's priced in because of past strikes. Zeb 13. The new government spoke of halting drone attacks. However, the U.S. targeted Q and the Fatah conflict should be calling for military action against U.S. drones operating in Pakistani airspace and other covert ops caused backlash. Selino 11 drones number 1 covert capability used by U.S. and Pakistan. Traditional covert actions conducted a radar. Following the radar was greater risk of uprising. Such actions are counterproductive. It gives the civilians a rise up against the Pakistani military. They have dropped the internal link to Taliban takeover. That collapses the statement and emboldens Iran. T-SIN 12 of pressure from the U.S. lifted Pakistani Taliban would free up after state to stabilize Pakistan. They could topple the government, take Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. IQ will gain Afghanistan. Afghanistan will descend into civil war. Swaths of Afghan territory will return to the Taliban. Characters can begin planning and training again. IQ would be emboldened to strike the U.S. Bin Laden would be a martyr. Profit affiliates of a powerful new recruiting tool and carry out attacks in our home and Iran would be strengthened. The U.S. Iranian will send a signal of weakness to wonder our ability to isolate Iran and prevent it from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Extinction. Lindsay 10. The danger of Iran entry to nuclear corrupt Iran might subvert neighbors and encourage terror. The risk of nuclear war in the Middle East would escalate. More states become nuclear powers and efforts to stop the spread of weapons would be undermined. In nuclear Iran, we've seen a major defeat for the U.S. and foes would openly question U.S. power resolve. Seriously, they don't get to backtrack on any of their impact arguments since they have said terror acquisition is easy and that it definitely causes extinction as per nuclear detonation.
not in the doc that I'm also just going to read off my computer.
Do you mind if we integrate them while we're closing?
Certainly.
Where in the doc should I put it?
I'm like the DA.
So the order will be the norms advantage, the terrorism advantage, the politics DA, the war powers DA, the plot counterplan, the executive counterplan, or executive plus other stuff, and then the Pakistan DA. Sure. Norms, terror, politics. War powers, P-FOB, counterplan, Pakistan on the bottom. Cool.
They're missing the point. We saw expectations. The problem is now one of tech or even hostility. It's unclear about the role and unacceptable use of those drones. Only the plan enables contributions to a clear set of expectations. So when the drone fly over, people don't mistake it for a missile attack. Now the war will happen. Now the Walker evidence system in 2014. It's about the U.S. response to those things, and they're bringing evidence close to all their evidence was important because their evidence makes predictive claims that China won't engage over drone overflight before they did the actual drone overflight. Their wine evidence is from an underground. Their Moss evidence is from last March, which means you should prefer all their military superiority arguments is the link. The U.S. will initiate a blind campaign. We'll get all the nukes, so there will be capacity for a second strike. They haven't challenged that will lead to extinction. So all we have to do is when the outbreak argument, U.S. norms that keep prevent Chinese drone aggression, building 13 of them, Chinese drone use the tech and grabbing the forest, but Chinese and lost people with the U.S. These Chinese people too, that was the Pacific ago. So that's the 13 years of territory for China. And here's your size, but you're like a good drone China. It's only the person about this, so that means the U.S. can do something with their, this is going to what the limits of military, outside of typical relations, South East China Sea, constant arms race, and yes, escalation, counter 50 drones, taking some shit, that's going to be Chinese made up of 50,000 drones, it's going to be turned over with the ability to get in terms of, about from the U.S. Central Russia, and the Central many times, about now who says that, like the generation of China, Japanese, of course, have discoveries out there in high order defense system, I had you unfortunately, top 10 years, been permanent for recent years, but if you lose this in China, has something for more China, has rapidly shifting China, China, that does he have some of its military, has been with this navigating this, open names, China's very limited for power, but she had a mind legitimately that sits there, having their relevant by the Philippines to increase American military presence to hedge against Chinese territorial assertiveness. They have not contested the norm solved, so if we want to solve to the counterplan, it is game over now. The terrorism advantage, the framing issue is already assumed theirs, but not vice versa. First is check the record. Al-Qaeda might be down, but backlash is up. We're the only ones who agree. You need assessments about that. Second is even if the CIA is better, they concede our information manipulation plan. The legal vacuum means that people will impugn drone strikes to the U.S. don't actually happen. Secrecy doesn't solve that because it will cause false attribution, which leads to host nation kick down. Now the plan results in DoD resources being transferred. The order proves the counterplan wouldn't solve in time. It's seriously not like the plan would happen and then it would just let the DoD flop their Hershey evidence doesn't assume the transfer of intelligence. Obviously, it's just about the status quo that Jay Soccer is angle on this defense, and it says that yes, we have the capacity for secrecy, but it's not subject to stuff like FOIA requests, so it solves accountability, and only when we provide the Goldilocks sustainability or Goldsmith evidence establishes a low threshold. There just has to be a perceived threat of legal backlash, which means people will now enact drone strikes which are in the public interest. They've also conceded the public and allies warning, even if it's not happening now already, is predicted now. The Iraq step far, I'm curious for years the most recent evidence of possible August since the session there. Defense from 2006 assumes troops, which obviously is not the case now. Now the politics stuff that they've conceded CIA fights now shift them to war powers. DA because it's about their to now the war powers at the top. At the top, they don't have an impact. DF doesn't effectively limit these things. Make them explain this to you before the 2 and R because we have no idea how the plan gets to a royal. There's just a list of impacts to and not what the plan actually inhibited thing. I can see it's empirically not more likely result is incremental reform because that's how every change has occurred. There's no skill ever doesn't assume we have where the explicit alternative is the DoD, so it's not like it would lead to anything else. If their legacy change type stuff were true, then every other restriction would have already caused the DA found net benefit of counterplan. If the functional results is the same, the PFOP counterplan. I'm not really sure what you're saying about the goals of stuff. It refers to JSOC, which I explained on the other flow. The creatively underlined with snippets of our evidence just establishes necessary, not sufficient, which means only the points of now. The counterplan at the top, the only way the shift happens is by eliminating the actual authority. The 1AC clarifies what their correct evidence means. The Harris evidence is not an alternative causality because all the other CIA shit obviously is in drones, which is what our advantages are. It says that doesn't really say we should define the CIA mandate. We don't. We just require the removal of the drones where they give a big support for it. Their whole notion about this is the most germane counterplan to the F is pretty ludicrous because they don't have any solvency evidence about it. Their Anderson evidence in comparison to it. The mechanism they've established isn't something that actually exists. There is nothing they can do besides establish a concurrent resolution, and we have all the statutory key cards, so I think they're in big trouble here. Extend the perm to the counterplan and to the perm and to the first place. They functionally, there's no net benefit today. They've conceded our definition of restricting the entire strategy based on the notion that there's a meaningful difference between Congress supporting the shift and plain restricting the CIA. That assumes a restriction means immediately shutter the CIA, which is utterly ludicrous. Stop said it's not flat out a prohibition. Here's more evidence on that climate fiction officials anticipated facing transition, which the CIA's operations gradually shifted during that time. Operations began to look more closely together. Smooth and handoff the CIA would remain involved on the intelligence side, but not actually control the vehicles. Now the counterplan is a voter issue. They consider there's no comparative literature on it. They have some advocate they should provide it early. They've also conceded independent war based on multiple aging counterplans. Historic logic is no one controls that much of the federal government makes it possible for us to let it down because the defenses of our actor will be taken into account by the other parts of the actor, and it means that we can't get comparative literature. They've conceded that they can't get planks, so you have to keep the whole counterplan for them. Now the last solvency deficit I'm going for is that it keeps the authority on the book. The arguments about it already shifting doesn't assume the counterplan muddling through. The only basis they have for this is set in the form of announcements that Obama wants to shift. That doesn't mean you do it right away. Just means world hazard must 11 possible years will choose covered action to certain that accountability one need not look for the fact the action is over 1 millisecond. How coverage is being understand. Yes, the wall evidence is about how the stuff is about the difference between Title 10 and Title 50. They keep the bifurcated committees, which means nobody knows where to ask the questions, which causes massive public backlash. The eventual transition that the status quo assumes that Congress changes their mind about this, which we have just denied. Now the Pakistan DA dropped down to their Salino evidence. They read alternative causalities to popular uprising, which takes out the entire DA. It's not about drones, it's about covert operations rates, which means the entire DA is inevitable. It's just a question of the norms and terrorism affairs that we saw. Drones on top of the kids. It's about popular backlash. Now terrorists and customs fights with the military. Now back up to the top. We saw a sufficient amount of intervention in the case of the Afghans that we can still be involved in some drone strikes, which I explained on the counterplan debate. The mirror evidence says about the mirror evidence establishes that there are no strikes now. There are open season argument that doesn't assume the arbitrary shift from U.S. policy. The fact that they ask now in the U.S. argument means we can't sustainably execute the kind of intermission. Their covert arguments don't assume JSOC. I explained on the other floor. Their climate evidence predates Congress blocking it, so clearly there's no phase out in the status quo. Now the case of the DA creates a form of accountability that solves all those things, which generates a better form of public engagement, which means we can de-escalate it sufficiently. JSOC solves those when he sees Anchor and Ackerman 13 about versus we can suppose how about it from progressive phone. JSOC to get out of agreement. It solves the entire DA agreement. 14 issues, but again, actually, we take this here. JSOC is a little bit of a guy here. Opposition that'll play. You can take individual freedom from those agreements. River to the most obvious example of the law. JSOC operates in the day. According to CIC, is actually inherently by very nations, working in activity, transparent. How they can still deny, which means we solve all of their secrecy ones.
We have 6:35. Anything else? I just have a question or two because I couldn't really hear you super well. I'm just going to pause for a second. Okay, so you said JSOC.
Yeah, the fact that we have option 2 now doesn't mean we'll resume them because our policy is based on arbitrary shifts like Pakistan asking.
Okay.
So even if we have that flexibility, it doesn't matter.
And then the card you read on the counter, so you read the last 2 cards in JSOC solves header, Ackerman and Grenier, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You read Ackerman and Grenier, right?
Yes.
And then on the counterplane, you just read that last card?
Right.
Moral hazard?
Yeah.
Great. No, no. Executive counterplan, or whatever we're calling it now. Pakistan DA, War Powers DA, terrorism norms.
Executive counterplan, Pakistan, War Powers, what was after that?
Terrorism norms. Everyone good? Okay. The counterplan solves the entirety of the app. We put in multiple executive counterplan planks to bolster counterplan solvency, but the counterplan first plank itself tests the entire core claim of the app. The presidential authority to do CIA strikes does not need to be restricted by Congress ex ante. He just needs the free reign over the drone program, and he will do it himself. All of the evidence that assumes eventual shift to covert ops, etc., lack of standardization does not assume that Obama's status quo policy is to do a shift that Congress recently blocked him. It's why the staff is strategic, why they get to say no link to war powers, the politics, CIA, etc. But their shift evidence, I think, pretty clearly frames the debate, takes out all 1AR framing about us not having a solvency advocate. It comes from their 1AC says it's not a question of restricting the executive further, but rather getting out of the way and allowing that process to emerge organically. Framing issue was dropped. They have almost no cards from 2014, and then 1AC, all their evidence just generically says that the shift is important, results transparency, accountability, etc. Every 1AC card is about that. It causes transparency, accountability. The key question is, should Congress mandate it, or should the president be able to do it on his own schedule, which allows for calibration, as well as a Pakistan carve-out, which the counter-butcher plan would obviously solve, would obviously prevent by restricting ex ante the ability of the president to do strikes in Pakistan, under the CIA, by moving to the DoD, which would not do those strikes anymore. We're link turning the terrorism impact. The counterplan provides uniqueness because it sustains the drone program by creating legitimacy. They have no evidence why a quick transition is absolutely critical, or why a congressional mandate is critical to signal that transparency, because the counterplan would shore that up anyway, because as Obama gave a speech and Congress endorsed the president's plan by removing publicly the restrictions exist on it now. So if there were any Congress key warrant for the sustainability of the program, the counterplan would solve that. But the short-term carve-outs, carve-outs that the counterplan, or that the plan fiats over, but the counterplan does not lead to safe havens, operational effectiveness. The Congress key signal arguments make absolutely no sense. The speech argument should resolve it, as well as Obama's executive order, which is binding and durable. Now they say shift to the means authority key. The president will shift his own authority. Congress is blocking in the status quo. They say Harris evidence was not clearly extended to 1AR. There's no impact to it. It says that unclear CIA internal legislation fails, which does not describe the counterplan. The counterplan has Obama implement status quo policy, which is executive orders avoided, as well as the speech, which clarifies it. At worst, their evidence concedes the legislation that's vague links, and if that counterplan is vague, then it means the plan is vague too. They say there's no solvency evidence. It's all their cards. They're the ones without solvency cards. The framing issue actually flips back to the affirmative, because they have no card that describes their plan text. Seriously, you could look at the whole 1AC for hours and not find a single one that describes it. They have evidence that say that there should be a shift and that Congress should have oversight of the DoD, but the reason why that oversight is important is because the DoD is more public than the CIA. They say the mechanism doesn't exist. Yes, it does. They say statute is key. This is not about the CIA shift. Now, perm to the counterplan. The counterplan does not restrict the president's ex-ante authority by Congress through to statutory act of Congress to strike. It's not about it's not about the same process. The plan restriction means on ex ante it has to be enforced, all of which CRT arguments means the counterplan, affirmed to the counterplan D justifies resolution jurisdictionally means you can vote affirmative. We read the entirety of this Claiborne card that he's going for a competition. The 1 in R, it's about the president's plan, not the plans. I'm about the president's plan, which is the counterplan, not the plan's mandate, which means it's not normal means evidence for them. You can evaluate this probabilistically, even if they win, that there might be some delay. They don't get permed to the counterplan because this is not a delay counterplan, it's an alternative mechanism, which means that the chance the plan links is higher, and we solve the entirety of the case. They say there's no comparative literature. This the AF has no solvency card. They say it's logic, multiple actors. This is silly. The USFG is not monolithic. They dropped this, but we still have the ability to simulate multiple people within a conditionality. You can see that we should test the AF for multiple angles, which increases solvency advocate for multiple planks. They all have their own solvency advocates, so it's predictable. They say keeps authority in the book, no impact to this. They say moral hazard. This is not about drones. It's from 2011. They say the speed of the plan leads to binding lock-in, which independently means that, and then Obama's stated intention to transfer authority means that this doesn't link. They say committees we call backlash. You can control after when I see they have no card that talks about committees. The counterplan leads to one committee because causes DOD shift their wall. Evidence is not about drones. It's from 2011. It's from 2011. The counterplan's mandate solves because the speech locks Obama into that policy, which is conceded to NCF and transparency. Also independently solves it. Their norms advantage. The Krebs evidence says it's an international signal to perceive that the presenting evidence of the Pakistan DA quick transition leads to Pakistan safe haven independently turns to terrorism. In fact, they've conceded causes sanction causes Iran draw and proliferation. All these arguments are dropped. Pakistan escalates, goes nuclear. The best studies and most recent evidence proves also link turns their credibility argument because the moment we get attacked by a terrorist, our off evidence we lash out, which would turn the ability of the United States to send a global model. They say the solely no evidence is backlash level. That's a civilian backlash of Pakistan's level, but we have conceded when I see evidence that the drones are sufficient to solve safe haven. Also, the economist evidence said there's no impact to there's no impact to that civilian backlash. It's relatively small scale. They say no strikes now. It's a snapshot based on only 2 months of activity, but the last line of the mirror evidence is the Taliban has been ramping up activity. At the time it says that that's the longest amount of time without a strike since 2004. So the internal link means decapitation will be key when the inevitable resurgence comes. The plan creates open seasons. They say the option to strike means that we won't answer that argument above. The link evidence is pretty clear that we need to have that carve out. That's all the Miller evidence from the block. They say JSOC good, and Claiborne, this evidence says that JSOC would be good, but only if it's carefully calibrated, which is what Claiborne actually says. The Ackerman card says JSOC is good for Yemen and will strike there. All of the evidence from the 1 in R says that they won't strike in Pakistan because they perceive it as illegal. Our card says that the CIA has unique capabilities there because they're allowed to be a covert operation. This assertion that the DOD could just do that is wrong because our evidence says it's against our operational culture in the short term. The war powers DA not going for it, but all of his can see there's no spillover, but the no impact to the app because there's already restrictions proves why the counterplan's legitimate test of the app because it's the way they get out of all the discides. The terror advantage, all this backlash up arguments makes absolutely no sense. They've said that Al-Qaeda's dying now. Our evidence says that that's the reason it's key because of drones cramping down them now. Multiple reasons why they miscalibrate the shift. The Robinson evidence says that there's not enough resource to take over the mission. Now. The Pentagon acts on bad intelligence. They also hoard it, which is a reason why the CIA wouldn't hand it over to the DOD, which means that they can't get strikes in. They've conceded intel key evidence from Ross, and the Leupold evidence says it says that the DOD is recalibrating its mission, but it would take years before that happens. We internally turned the Balochistan arguments. That was explained on the Pakistan collapse argument because it turns into a safe haven, but Balochistan's in Pakistan enormous advantage. They do not solve the important ones. I don't need to win this because the counterplan solves all of it anyway, but the sign evidence says is consistent with their Walker evidence, which says that there's inevitable disputes, things like maritime disputes and drones crashing into each other. They don't solve norms for that. They just keep transparency. It works. The counterpoint does it too. The Erickson, Moss, and Wen evidence all say that they're trying to drones arguments are a bunch of alarmism there. Walker evidence that we would preemptively attack China assumes the status quo and other things, which means they don't solve. It's not your decisional ambit to solve that. There's no Asia escalation. Most recent evidence or Kaplan evidence more qualified than takes out the recency arguments as well as our evidence. The professor, their evidence comes from a bunch of journalists saying Asian war is likely. Our evidence says it's too big, and there are multiple things like economics that keep any miscalculation in check.
norms advantage, the terrorism advantage, the executive counterplan, the Pakistan dised. Is everyone good to go? U.S.-China war inevitable in the status quo. The winner evidence indicates the cause of nuclear winner draws in every a great power and ensures extinction, which proves there's no terminal impact. A uniqueness of the claim for Pakistan war cause extinction. The inevitable disputes in the status quo don't escalate to a nuclear level. The Brimley evidence indicates there has to be a flashpoint for escalation. They have no terminal impact even to the miscalc and accidents claim, which Walker evidence says cause extinction. Our evidence is not based on alarmist rhetoric. They've conceded the 1-year evidence from 2014 that says there are new battle plans that only our evidence takes into account recent trends. They've conceded the framing issue, but things have changed on the ground, and that material reality is obviously important. The Walker evidence might not be the most qualified, but he's obviously a journalist in that read in the conjunction with the rest of our evidence who said it is definitively relevant. Their evidence, they have conceded the distinction that their evidence says they aren't using drones, and the status quo evidence says there's drone overflights and they are probing the context of Japan. Japan is threatening to shoot down those drones because they dispute in the East and South China Seas. They have no terminal impact even to that particular claim. The Kaplan evidence about broader escalation does not assume those particular modalities for combat ensures that it cause escalatory potential and extinction. The evidence quality of this question is overwhelming and proves you should defer affirmative. The disputes that are occurring in the status quo are inevitable and low level. They have no EV for the question of miscalculation and accidents predicated on overflight of drones, which breaks down overall deterrent relationships which exist in the status quo now. The terrorism advantage, this is not offense for them. The plan's transfer of authority is obviously capable of solving and proves that this is not unique offense against the plan. The Zanko evidence is specific to the plan's mechanism of the shift and says that it bolsters overall credibility because the CIA is institutionally not capable of solving overall drone transparency. The resource trade-off argument assumes that it's not a phase trade-off. They've conceded the 1-year Clydeman evidence, which indicates that they would still share intel in the interim, and their argument that the plan caused an immediate shift, it just revokes that authority. They have no F about the operational reality of that. The Lubold evidence about strikes, the plan is obviously sufficient to solve, so this is not unique offense against the plan. It's only a question of the relative solvency deficit to the CP because the counterplan does not solve this better. The internal link and the Baluchistan argument that raised the question of the relative risk of the DA, which is so small, anyway. Now the executive counterplan, there's two major arguments. First is the norms argument. They have conceded the argument that the plan's restriction does not have to be immediate, which means that the functional mandate of the counterplan is the same as that of the plan, and it's only a question of whether the authority is on the books. They have really boned themselves because they have no answer to the conversion scenario, which is 100% solvency takeout to the counterplan. You should evaluate this yes/no solvency question because things like international norms are either modeled or they're not. They are credible or they're not. And the scenario for miscalculation escalation is not a question of sufficiency because it is a yes or a no question. Imagine how the counterplan would look in the context of the advantage we are going for in the context of legal norms. Oh, we will eventually get there. We will eventually get rid of the authority, but that sows confusion and is a recipe for tactical error. 1E C scenario is explicitly about that perception. The wall evidence says statutory action is key to operational clarity. This is the only evidence that speaks to the authority actually being on the books, and how that spills over to operational legitimacy. The SOPOB oversight sows confusion over those statutory authorities. It means it doesn't send a clear signal to China. The Alston evidence indicates the bifurcation of that existing authorities, but spills over to convergence. It says there might be a degree of transparency, but that is not capable of solving. They have conceded that in the world of the counterplan, the president would just label things as covert, which proves the Martin and Rishikosa evidence is a dissent to the counterplan. They now the first two in our argument they have made is about they put multiple planks in there to solve that will justify the theory argument, which will be explained below. The Obama speech is obviously not capable of solving the Goldsmith evidence as well as the Kreiner evidence indicates non-binding actions do not send credible signals to international allies because the authorities on the books, and there's a perception that we could do it in the future. 2014 is obviously relevant for the question of the DA, but not for counterplan solvency. We've read the only from 2014 about China drone norms, which is critical. They don't internal link term legitimacy because it's only based on the public argument is about China, which is critical. The speech is not capable of solving because it does not result in the overall shift. The Harris evidence is a defense of statutory clarification in the context of the plan, not the counterplan. The counterplan
and even if it is a clean shift, keeping it on the books means any norm export is incoherent.
Any norm export is incoherent because as a result of it being on the books, even if the counterplan is a clean shift, the permutation to the counterplan we're not going for it doesn't justify doing the app because it's a test of competition. Obviously the Clydeman evidence we have read says the plan is a phase shift, which draws the distinction between the plan and the counterplan. The counterplan has to be a voting issue. The introduction of the two new planks of the executive counterplan as well as the Congress plank proves the counterinterpretation of only the congressional plank solves a vast majority of their offense. They have no defense of the inclusion of both of these particular planks. The core controversy of the topic is the executive versus Congress, but not the executive taking action and Congress taking action. It's not a logical opportunity cost because no one controls all of those actors. The USFG is a monolith because the plan is only Congress in the world, which means there's no comparative literature and it's impossible to get offense against it. They have no answer to this. The 1 does not justify this. The counter-interpret only the congressional plank solves their offense proves you should reject the counterplank because of the lack of offense. Defense is good because it's the only objective standard to determine what constitutes debate. Now the DA, there is zero risk of the DA. The 2NR has conceded the argument that other covert operations cause backlash in the status quo. The 1AR explicitly conceded this argument, which means you should assess there to be zero risk. The Salino evidence says that drones are but one of covert action capabilities utilized by the U.S. and Pakistan. U.S. Special Operation Forces have also been involved in the status quo. They have made a sufficiency claim that those things are causing backlash in Pakistan. Now, if their thesis of the DA is true and the thesis of all of the 2EC Zanko have about public backlash is also the case that proves there's zero risk of a DA. The Miller evidence says that does not assume JSOC shift. It's about outside war zones. RF says that the JSOC is empirically deniable in the same way that the CIA is deniable. Their tin evidence literally does not say anything. It's a claim about the Prime Minister ending drone strikes. The Gorman evidence says that they operate in Pakistan and that their covert status allows them to do that. They again don't have a link about JSOC shift, which we have explicitly made the claim for in the 1EC. All of the Grenier evidence indicates that it is equally deniable, and there's no risk of that particular trade-off in the context of the drones page. A really small risk of the DA based upon one, the technical concession, as well as the argument about the lack of a risk of a link means that a relative solvency deficit massively outweighs in this particular context.
Economist is no impact to backlash to drones, not night raids, which is civilian.
Economist is not about night raids, which is about civilians, and that causes backlash that is sufficient to trigger the DA. Literally, zero DA. You may. Of course.
regard to whether or not the plan interferes with the Obama plan sufficiently, whether or not it's that much different, I think the question that it is mandated provides you a small link, but I don't know why they're going to mess around very much with the Obama plan as it's presented, and the restriction ex ante might cause some interference, but not very much. The real thing for me on the dissent is I think you need the tensions now argument, because we could still go and still kill terrorists. But I thought the JSOC argument really hurt you, that we're going to continue to do the drone operations anyway, and as a result of continuing to do the drone operations, we'll still kill terrorists. With regard to China, for a while I thought I would vote on your China impact defense just better than the fact that they've conceded the impact to Pakistan. However, I don't think your defense takes into account an accident or a miscalculation that could occur, and I thought their evidence was very good on those questions. I did think the counterplan was legitimate, and I think the 2AR would have been better spent focusing on one thing as opposed to another. That's the short story. If any of you have any questions about it, feel free.
I thought that I had a difficulty drawing those solvency deficits to the norms impact, and while I thought the speech stuff was generic, I thought it was unanswered in that it sort of spoke to how I read what calls for norms. The Inger card says that it establishes norms. A couple of the planks are probably pretty abusive, that it does solve a major reason for the Congress. So I thought a lot of your evidence was either as generic as theirs, or just didn't overcome just sort of like the way that the international community would do that. So while I did think there was a solvency deficit, I had a more difficult time just drawing it directly to what it did and what the counterplan did. I also thought the counterplan was competitive. I thought there was a risk of the Pakistan dissad. For me, the two things that were not mentioned that were fairly substantial was the impact sort of accesses the case, another terror attack kind of screws with our norm and how we respond militarily. Maybe that probably overcomes sort of the solvency deficit. And then conceded impact framing argument versus a decrease in the risk of China means that solvency deficit going down was what took a pretty close debate into an easy one.
I'll just say that this was easily my favorite debate I've judged all year. I thought that this debate was everything that can be right about policy debate. It was about a really timely controversy hinged on fine distinctions that I think were fascinating. It was an absolute pleasure to judge. I thought that the counterplan solved enough of norms and the neg won enough of the dissent. So I thought for a while about the function of the plan and these arguments about whether the plan's restriction has to be immediate. I think the neg has the most compelling overall interpretation of what restrictions mean in the abstract, that they are ex ante constraints on decision rights. And so that while I think that your evidence that describes, and both sides' evidence that describes the gradual nature of the shift is talking about a shift in operations, they're making the distinction that the function of the plan is to fiat over the carve out that's been left for the CIA in the current policy guidance. And so both the plan and the counterplan result in a sort of gradual process of shifting operational authority for TK missions from the CIA to the DoD. The relevant distinction for me, and why I thought the neg won a lot of their dissent, was that I interpreted the plan as immediately preventing the ex ante ability of the executive to use the CIA to carry out targeted killings in the interim while that shift happens. I thought that another framing issue that was huge for me in regards to the counterplan was that a couple times in the debate they made the argument that I should read evidence to determine whether it's about the Obama plan to shift the authority on his own, or rather is it about that, or is it about a congressional codification that he must do so? And I thought that while both sides had relatively generic ev describing many components of the plan and counterplan, I thought they were more able to effectively spin some of your ev is not about a statute on the CIA doing drones versus your ability to make solvency deficit arguments about their evidence being generic. I thought that I read a lot of your ev in terms of it being about the things that Obama wants to do. The shift card, that's both a 1AC card and a counterplan solvency card, says that all that needs to happen is for Congress to get out of the way. And I also thought that a lot of evidence on both sides established that transparency was something that in and of itself is capable of creating a norm. And the portion of the counterplan that creates transparency ex ante, I think, has an independent sort of ability to create some norm for restraint. I thought that the impact defense to Asian war was just not, not extended very thoroughly in the 2NR, but they, they do reference arguments like, alarmism, hype, no escalation, etc. I read evidence. They have a couple cards from March that I think at least call into question the likelihood of a single instance spilling up to a broad-scale escalation. And they also make an argument that I don't think the 2A really handled directly, which is just that the relevant things for what caused miscalc between China and Japan are rules for things like shooting down drones, which I don't think the plan establishes a norm for. So I don't think that there's like a solvency argument about that impact as well. So disad-wise, I thought your JSOC shift argument, I thought you were doing great on they can be equally covert as the CIA, where I thought they won a good risk of a link is their arguments about the operational effectiveness of JSOC versus the CIA, that the CIA is sort of intel hoarding, they don't like cooperating with JSOC, the operational rules that they do missions under are different and less effective. And so in the interim, what I think happens is that the ex-ante application of the plan's restriction on authority makes the missions that we carry out in Pakistan a lot less effective. The uniqueness argument about strikes being down, they kind of say, yeah, that's true because strikes have been so effective that AQ is so thinned out, and having the authority when there's sort of an inevitable resurgence of militancy is important to stabilize Pakistan. There's no impact defense to that impact because it's something that both sides have tried to access, and so I think it's big enough to outweigh the solvency deficit.
I don't disagree a lot. Jeff will emphasize a couple of things differently. I actually think that their impact defense in the case is good. The Kaplan evidence that they read answers on point. It says there won't be very many casualties, so there will be a lot of pressure to escalate. It says that the escalation would take a long time because of distance between states, both because it has to be probably sea-based invasion. And it also says that it also makes the argument that none of the states really have an incentive to participate in conflict because two generations ago they were all murdering, World War II happened. And also that's combined with an argument in another piece of evidence they make about kind of economic independence, which speaks to both, they have good evidence that talks about it from the perspective of Chinese decision makers, which I think is the 1NC evidence, but this is a 1N part of it. I think that my decision basically comes down to, I think that the affirmative results in an immediate shift to JSOC. I think that JSOC is reluctant to engage in those strikes. I think they have decent evidence on this, and I think the stronger link argument is the operational capability. They have some pretty decent evidence. It's understaffed, under-resourced. I think these things probably could have been explained more. I don't think they were really reacted to a lot better than they are, and so the block gets moved into the 2NC. And so I don't think the risk of it is particularly high, but the fact that you can't have any defense on it, I think is a problem. I think they defense the case out pretty well. I think that the solvency deficit arguments that Ryan talks about, I think are relevant, but it's just, I think the impact of the case is so minimal that small risk of even minor probability of a terrorist strike the next year or so, probably outweighs the case.
I guess I'll say two things that I thought were very important for me. The first on the disad is that I think that you all, maybe instead of spending the time on the counterplan theory argument, should be pushing back much more on their interpretation of the way fiat works, meaning requiring an immediate transfer of whatever all authority that the plan provides, which is obviously absurd from a real world perspective of how that would happen. And the only argument you all kind of have there is restriction is not a prohibition, which I think seems true, and it's not categorically ban all, but that doesn't really speak to the ex-ante immediacy of compliance kind of questions that the negative is getting at. And then their evidence is just very, very good that the phased aspect is key to operational effectiveness to give JSOC time to build the necessary experience and capabilities. The second thing I think was really important for me, I think I probably assigned the smallest solvency deficit to the counter plan, and I think that you have like good arguments that congressional oversight and accountability are key, and you read awesome evidence that the counter plan solves that by that the transfer to the military is what allows and facilitates that congressional accountability and oversight. I think that your statutory key arguments are weak. And there are evidence that I think you have that's maybe closest on statutory key is Wall, which is not really about your plan and kind of, I think also assumes a question of stovepipe oversight that I think the counter plan solves. The convergence argument, I think makes sense somewhat, but if there's only one committee that has all oversight responsibilities because everything is ultimately done by the JSOC, that seems to solve convergence. I think that you have a lot of and kind of your exemption stuff is good, but the counter plan solves that in a delay fashion. I thought that the biggest solvency deficit that you won is just kind of a delay-based solvency deficit, and I thought that your evidence, your time frame argument was not strong enough to get the risk of that to a level that was high enough to outweigh the dissent, and was probably a smallish risk of that solvency deficit.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.